Alright, what is up everybody? It's Lids and we are back for another week of Pyre Community RITE Night. I'm excited to get started. I don't think I have any major announcements for you all, so I think we are mostly just going to get straight into the action today. So without further ado, let's do that. I see that, of course, Baylor, and it looks like a little bit of Aqua as well, they have already started to give us some arena requests. I like how the the meta, if you will, has evolved over time. People have adapted. They know. People know that if you want to get those arena requests in, you gotta get here early. Request those right off the bat. Otherwise, you might not make it in. You might not make the cut. Like Baylor said, take that, Saris. Oh man. Some competition to see who gets to request those things. So anyways, let me pop into Discord. I will also just reset us a little bit here to defaults. Let's see, I suppose I will pop in now. One moment. Hello, how are you all?
OMG, guys, he's here.
Oh no.
Not a drill.
Everybody, be on your best
How's it
behavior.
going, Lids?
I'm doing alright, how are you all?
I'm doing fine. I'm celebrating 1 calendar year of getting no grades except for A+, so I'm stoked.
Whoa! Baylor, well done. Congrats.
Somebody say something urgent.
Also,
It's not a drill.
Radio, I am boosting you way up because you are very quiet again.
I have him at max, and he's still super quiet for me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You gotta get closer to your mic, bro.
Is it close to my? Is
That's
this
better.
close enough?
You know,
That's good.
that's much better.
That's
okay.
perfect.
It's literally right next to my mouth.
Okay. Well,
That's exactly what we want.
Yeah, oh dear.
It's usually like an inch away.
You've been playing games with us.
Man, just like put it like right in your mouth. That's how
Okay.
loud we need it to be.
Maybe that's a little bit too far. But it seems like for whatever reason, for you it's either very loud or very quiet, and you know it's always a guess as to which one we're gonna get on any given day. But anyways,
It's a game.
it is a bit of a game. Okay, so we have several arena requests to start things off here. Is there anything else
And yet
that...
again, I seem to be playing a different game.
Oh no. The heresy continues.
What? I am heretic. Eh? I'm a heretic.
This is true. He has admitted it in Discord. Okay,
Indeed, by my name, right now, heretic.
so who would like to start us off today? We have some of the usual folks in Discord, but it looks like, you know, we'll probably get a few more people floating in a little bit later on. So who would like to start us off? I mean, I'm assuming maybe, given how the RITE NITE Heretic leader has already admitted that he is not currently playing Pyre, that perhaps Radio Medic is not, in fact, available at the moment, despite him being in Discord. But other than that, are there any takers?
Well, I'm ready to go.
Okay, so why don't I send you an invite, Baylor? And let's see if I can find you. There you are. Okay, invite sent to you. And let's see, I suppose we could start getting you set up in player 1 slot on the assumption that you are likely to be. Let me unplug my controller. That'll sort some things out. Are you thinking controller, or are you going mouse keyboard, Baylor?
I'm always going controller.
Okay, so that should still put you on player 1 now, although you were doing the
It
LBs,
does not, no.
and it is not putting you there. Okay, so hold on. Let's back out for a second. Come back. And now you should hopefully not be player 2, except you still are. Darn it.
I will unplug and replug on my end and see if that fixes it.
Okay. While we are doing that stuff, is there anyone else who would like to come in as the second person for this first rite of the night. I sent out a few messages, I think, to, Bill, that's the wrong application. That's Path of Building. I was looking for Discord. I sent out a few messages to other people. Let's see. Some new people. And I'm not sure if anyone is available for the first time. Okay, yeah. Seen at least one person saying that they would rather ease into things a little bit and see what it's all about first before participating themselves. So it seems like in that case, we will at least have Phaler, and we could, of course, get someone else in, but if no one else is currently available, then I can fill in that last slot as well. It seems like Dress Up Geek Out may have also just popped in. So Dress Up Geek Out, if you're up for going straight into the action, then we can throw you in on this first rite, if you'd like.
Okay. If you can give me 1 minute, please.
Okay, no worries. I will set up Phaler's stuff anyway. Let's put
An
Phaler.
entire minute? Unacceptable.
How dare you?
Just delaying the show.
Give me
So much dead air. This is unbelievable.
give me a second. Hold on.
Alright, well, I've written Phaler's name, so you have been given a second. And his sigil is there. Okay. So, Phaler, are you actually player one now? Hopefully, maybe, possibly?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And let me actually look at what you requested for that first one, for the arena. Follow Solium, starting things off there. Wow. Okay, starting them off with a bang. So we'll do that. We don't have any other requests, although of course, chat, if you are interested in doing so, you may request other things too. Well, we can also, it's probably pretty safe to assume, yeah, that Dress Up Geek Out is going to be the Beyonders. And she usually uses a controller as well, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, she does.
Okay, so one moment, I'll preemptively throw her information in as well, because we're pretty certain we're getting ourselves into here. So, Dress Up Geek Out. Okay. Under player 2. And she's gonna be... Okay, cool. Oh dear.
Oh,
Is that canned?
That definitely
No.
typing. No, that's just a peek at typing.
Oh.
I recognize there are two typings as a little bit different.
Oh dear.
I'm gonna have to change my password.
Ew. This sounds unfortunate. Okay.
I accidentally tapped. Okay, never mind.
Is it best if we give you a few additional minutes to do all that stuff, and maybe we have someone else go in for this first rite so that you're not under the gun?
No, this is fine. This is okay.
This is okay, she says in the burning building.
This is fine. I've logged into Steam.
Okay, let me send you an invite then.
You can tell the difference between our different keyboards.
That
Yeah.
was...
They're a
Wow.
little different.
What are you, some sort of keyboard enthusiast?
It's a keyboard wizard.
No.
Oh, okay. Aqua has turned on the sermon intro. Fitting for this first rite of the night. Makes sense. Oh, and he's choosing players' exiles already. Okay. I was wondering if maybe we might get off a little bit easy for the first rite, because sometimes that does happen.
We're not both supposed to be controller, are we?
I think you should both be fine with it. Assuming, Phaler, we confirm that you are truthfully player 1.
Yeah.
And Dress Up Geek Out, you're truthfully player 2, so we should be all set.
Yeah, I can change my triumvirate.
Uh-oh. Aqua has started the stream with 4.3 thousand lids. I have immense power, he says. Look out.
That's less than half of what I have.
Uh-oh.
I'm going for Falcon Ron soon enough.
Baylor says he has a lot. It sounds like Anj does too, by the looks of things. 6.5k for Anj. Okay, so yeah, we have a few people saving stuff up. I know Cam has enough for a Falcon Ron now. So I'm half expecting we might see one today. Depending on if she
doesn't
is...
cash in anything.
Yeah.
Except for fucking roll.
She has one goal in mind, and she is very committed to it. Okay, so, let's see. He is saying Aqua has requested that we use the bot to choose the exiles for the first raid. So let's
Sounds good.
open up the Discord and let me go into the bots channel. And then let's see what you guys end up with. So remember, this will be in order of the order in which you're going to actually use them in the rites. And I suppose I'm not sure that I remembered to say this, but so for anyone who's new, for those of you who are not familiar, basically the way this works is that you can use those channel points, which are it's the icon underneath chat, the red circle with the white L. You click on those, and you can cash in your points that you get from watching the stream in order to request things like different exiles, talismans, arenas, songs, all that stuff, even Titan stars. And so, on this occasion, we've had someone request that we use a bot to randomly select the exiles for people. Okay, and this is the first time we've seen the bot take one of the new characters. Interesting. So we have
I
Phaler,
wasn't expecting that.
yeah, getting Lendl, everyone's favorite, followed by Palmus, actually everyone's favorite, and
Wait a
then
minute.
Sir Gilman.
Palmus, sister of the Arch. Palmus is a woman.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if we realized that. I don't think I did.
No, Palmus is a guy.
What?
Palmus has male pronouns, but Sister of the Arch is still like the thing that they call themselves. So I left it as that.
Okay.
Oh.
Vorfrid is the same.
I love it.
Oh, I see. It's a Beyonder thing then. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so
Also,
let's...
hello, it's me.
What's up, Anj? How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Hello, it's me.
I'm doing alright. We have Lendl, Palmus, then Gilman for Phaler, and then, Dress Up Geek Out also getting Lendl in the first spot, followed by Deluge, followed by Headwind. That's actually a really similar team. You have 2 Worms and Lendl on each team. The only difference is Palmus for Phaler and Headwind for Dress Up Geek Out. Cool. Alright, and let's get started. I think that Aqua has also made a few other requests. Let me just double check those before we get going in full. Other player chooses the talismans, but you can't pick cursed talismans. So Phaler, you'll be picking talismans for Dress Up Geek Out. Dress Up Geek Out, you'll be picking talismans for Phaler. You just can't choose any cursed talismans. It's the only...
Do we do that before or after we see what skills the other person has chosen?
Ooh, that's, I don't know if we've ever gone that far before. Have we ever distinguished the exact order in which people need to do those things? You make a good point.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. This is the deep strategy that
And forbidden knowledge
we
as well.
right cleverers think about.
Phaler's already planning 3 moves ahead. Aqua, what do you say? Is there a specific order of operations that they have to follow in terms of when they pick the talisman? Can they wait for the other player to choose the skills before they pick the talisman? Uh-oh, now you're tempting Aqua. Aqua's like, maybe I'll just make it no masteries. What do you think, though, Aqua? Is that the route you want to take? Or should there be a specific order? What's up, Peach? How are you? We're just getting started for this first right here, and Aqua has made several requests. We had bot exiles, and the bot actually chose some pretty similar teams for Phaler and Dress Up Geek Out. For Dress Up Geek Out, I'm probably also going to need to bump your name over just a little bit. I'm going to do that now before I forget, so it doesn't block the amount of life on your pyre once we actually get started. Happy Mother's Day, that's true. Happy Mother's Day to everyone. Talisman
To all the
picked...
mums in the chat, hope you're having a great day.
Talismans picked before mastery, but after exile. Okay, so you
Okay.
pick
That's
the
good.
exile, then you do the
Okay.
talisman, then you do the masteries.
Okay.
All right, super. Let's go for it.
Let's do it.
We're picking each other's talismans?
Yes.
Hear me, exiles. Welcome to the fall of Solium. You now have this chance to prove yourselves. We soon shall see who is the most deserving. The fate, stand ready. Beyonders, stand prepared.
Okay. So we know which exiles you're going to take, and in which order.
The right
So first for Phaler was... Lendl,
Lendl.
right. Lendl's first for both of you. So now, Dress Up Geek Out, this is when you pick the talisman for Phaler. Only restriction is you cannot pick a cursed talisman.
I'm not able to control it.
Oh, that is potentially...
That's fine.
Well,
Just let me know what you want me to pick. I'll like mess over
Well-
these for you. Actually.
there's I was able to use the mouse,
Oh, okay.
so
So you can still
Well,
mouse
well,
over
now I
things if you
can't.
want. Oh, okay.
Now I can't. Oh, here it is. All right.
Okay.
Lendl, huh?
Everyone's favorite, I know, but apparently the bot is a big fan. Because bot wants both of you to use him in the first spot.
Didn't pick Orlac, which is interesting.
Yeah, apparently Lendl is the new Orlac, believe it or not. You heard it here first. Give Lendl the ring, and that'll be a hot take.
That is what I'm gonna do.
You could potentially... I won't... Never mind. I will keep my mouth shut, and I will let you make the decision for yourself. It is not my decision.
All right.
Ring on it.
So now Phaler gets to pick masteries.
We'll influence the decisions you make, but we will judge you for them.
Lendl on the other side for Dress Up Geek Out. Phaler gets to pick
All right.
talisman.
You're gonna go with the. You're going with the increased throw distance talisman. I think it's called the Sling Bullet.
Which one's that?
Ah,
It's this one.
the quarterback manly talisman, I believe. Okay, I was not paying close enough attention to note whether or not you picked to use the same skills. But here we will have Palmus for Phaler, and so now Dress Up Geek Out, you may pick the talisman for Palmus.
Phaler, you shall have the sap talisman.
That's kind. And a very strong talisman. Not bad.
I must pick Sir Deluge.
Okay. So Deluge for Dress Up Geek Out, and Phaler, which talisman would you like Deluge to have?
Deluge can have the throw speed charge time talisman. I believe it is called
Oh.
the Star Splinter. Yeah, it's that one actually. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Star Splinter.
A orb throwing Deluge. Is it kind though? I mean, she's obviously not picking the sap to begin with because the bot did that. But giving the legendary talisman, I feel like that's pretty generous.
Out of all of the perks that the legendary talismans provide, the benefit that's given to the sap seems to be the least impressive to me,
You think?
personally.
I don't know. I think it's not the best, I wouldn't say, but I think it's at least middle of the road.
I believe Aqua is not a fan of the Sap Talisman because since it increases the teleport distance by so much, it becomes just so much harder to control.
I mean, yeah, the saps are definitely hard to control overall, but it's possible. Just inconvenient.
I think it can certainly be quite powerful if you like get used to that distance and are able to use the talisman effectively.
Yeah, it lends itself more to actually running around with the saps, which is, granted, not often something that people like to do with the saps. So if you're playing a more defensive playstyle and you're just keeping them in one location very close to your own pyre, throwing down your saplings, and maybe occasionally trying to throw the orb in, then that might not be the best talisman to use. But if you are actually trying to make any advances with the saps, which I know is a crazy thought, but it can be a pretty solid talisman in that case, because it's kinda like a speed talisman. Okay, so this is Gilman for Thaler, and Dress Up Geek Out is picking the talisman and has picked the additional hope talisman for him. And now, the last character on Dress Up Geek Out's side is Hedwin, is that correct?
Yes.
That sounds right, okay. And so Thaler,
Going to go for the jeweled band.
I don't remember what that one is by name.
That's this one.
Oh dear. So, Thaler's Lendl does have the other ring. I don't know if that really works across different teams.
I don't
Is
think
Is that a thing?
No, it's like Romeo and Juliet, star-crossed lovers from different families.
Naturally, yeah. That's
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Okay, you ready?
ready.
All right, here we go.
Okay, I might not be, so...
Lendl versus Lendl. Lendl wins. Good way to start us off for the day. Again, this is Phaler on the left as the Fate. Dress Up Geek Out on the right as the Beyonders. Phaler in purple. Dress Up Geek Out in green.
Has been scathed.
Oh, Hedwin taking out Lendl that time. The star-crossed lovers going against each other.
The ultimate betrayal.
Indeed. We'll see who emerges victorious.
Yet it hit the mark.
2 damage. I'm not sure I've ever seen a score for less than that. I mean, you have to press that awfully quickly to get just a quick 2 damage on your throw, but it happened. Here is Lendl number 2.
Alas, what
Gilman taking out Hedwin and potentially throwing it in. Did he make it all the way? He did not. That throw. Little short. Lendl says, no thank you. Let me just pass that off to Deluge over here. It has some speed, but can't quite get past the big aura that, of course, Palmas is rocking. Oh, Lendl dodging casts and almost makes it in. Gilman throws it in, and this time he makes it.
impressive thrust, but true.
Lendl versus True Lendl. You're right, this may be the right to determine who has the right to be True Lendl. Now, is True Lendl the Demon Lendl? Is True Lendl the Nomad Lendl? I don't know, I don't think anyone has determined this yet. Look at that pass. Moving it way ahead with Gilman. But Gilman cannot get his throw far enough to score. He'll give it another shot, though. Right here, will it make it? It will.
Flies true.
So lots of little scores here with Gilman, slowly whittling away at the life on Tressa Peak Out's Pyre.
Have a cool back.
It was also a little fitting that Lendl and Hedwyn were banished right next to each other, and you could see their heads right next to each other on the battlefield, waiting for an ally to resurrect them. As is now sort of the case, although this time they're from the same team. It was originally Baylor's Lendl and Dressa Kikav's Hedwyn, which meant, oh, actually, no. Okay. I guess on both occasions that was the case, because, of course, Baylor does not have a Hedwyn. Those are the two that have the rings. They're the star-crossed ones.
Ah, yes.
Speaking of
That's
whom,
not what I meant to do.
Gilman throwing the orb up into the air and then launching himself into Hedwyn. That is new strategy. Gilman, this time around, he has probably been the leading scorer thus far. Although he falls just shy of scoring that time. Deluge makes it past. Will that throw make it in? It will not.
Wow.
Gilman again. The little throws, they add up. They add up quickly. Lendl takes out Lendl and Hedwyn. Oh, that is cold right there. Oh, and Deluge coming back automatically with the orb there. Not enough, unfortunately, to dress up Geek Out to make it through. And Lendl does have enough time to throw in a quick score there for 9 damage. Lendl again. Very aggressive with the casting, and Dress Up Geek Out is hanging on by 1 life.
Once more like that, and we are finished here.
Could it be the world's greatest Pyre comeback ever seen?
No.
Unfortunately not.
No, I don't know how to handle worms, and I don't know how to get around saps. So
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd team we had there that the bot picked. Both of you. A little more along the lines of what you might typically take for Dress Up Geek Out with a couple of the nomads, but Baylor's team a little unusual for sure. Well played, both of you, though. So let's head back to versus mode.
Until the next rite.
And chat, is there anything you would like to see for this upcoming rite between Baylor and Dress Up Geek Out?
also Failer's just like insanely good, so.
That's also true. Okay, Baylor did have a bunch of arena requests queued up beginning. I'm gonna have to look over for a second. I'm gonna tab out here just for a second to scroll up in chat and make sure I see which one comes next. Spring of Jomir is next. Baylor, we'll have that.
Oh,
I also got a request for each talisman being picked by RNG. Do we have a bot function that
Oh,
picks a talisman randomly?
do we have that, Baylor?
No, we do not.
Hmm.
I don't even know the names of all of them, so
We
Oh.
could.
I could look it up, I guess. But as of now, we don't.
There might be a creative way to do that. Let's see. We could
Is it
potentially.
worth improvising something right now? I don't think so.
I was gonna say we could maybe do something to do like a
Because you could
random
use-
number generator between
Yeah.
one
Yeah, just
and
pick a
however
random
many.
number between. Yeah, however many there are.
Yeah.
There's 4 on the other page, and it's just however many rows and columns are on the first page. So
Okay, and if
Wouldn't be
we're
so
They're like,
we're
So
using
we would
the
run into the possibility of picking. We'd run into the possibility of picking talismans that you can't equip because of like curse talismans or legendaries or things like.
Mhm. And in that case, we can
Like,
probably just do it again, right? Kind of like with the bot for selecting exiles. We'll just roll it again if it happens to pick the same character twice for the same team.
Sure enough. Yeah.
yeah, that's
So let's see. Do we what is the best way to just do a random number generator? You can do it in Excel, although I'd have to write the equation for it, and I don't remember what the equation for that is off the top of my head. There's probably some quick applications, or even a Google search.
It's a single. It's a single command.
Yeah, I just don't remember what the word,
I mean,
phrasing for it is.
you can also go on Google and they have this random number generator.
Yeah, that's probably the easiest way then. Uh-oh. Peach
Nightbot.
has enraged Nightbot. I'm sorry, Peach.
Did
What the
Peach
heck?
send a link?
Yeah, it was the link, I suppose.
Every single message that they've sent in the past was also deleted.
How
Yeah, that
dare
happened
you?
to me. That happened to me for.
Okay,
Stuff.
but I think we can do that, and if it's just as simple as like using whatever is at the top of Google when you Google random
You can
number
literally-
generator.
Yeah, just random number generator in Google is.
I have it open right now.
Okay. Or we could even, if it's blocking, I can just like random number generator, I can probably find it. But otherwise, you could throw the link in Discord if it seems like you found a good one, but I'm guessing that they're all pretty much the same functionally. Okay, but is there anything else that we want to see? Because I think that should hopefully work. Oh, I suppose maybe let's just establish what exactly is the order in which we go through the talismans. Like, do you start in the... I assume you start in the top left corner, and then do you go left to
It'll be
right?
reading order. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Top
then
left,
go down
left
second
to right.
row, left to right, third row, left to right, fourth row, left to right. That's how we'll go through the numbers. Okay.
And then the fifth row after that, and etc.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Again, bit of a technical question here. But once you have taken a talisman, does that number get removed? Like, say there are 40
Yeah,
talismans.
the number decreases by 1 each time.
The number does decrease by 1 each time in that case. And we'll just skip over the empty spot from the talisman that
Oh
you
my
took the
God, let's
first
just do this.
time. So technical. Okay, let's just do it.
We all have the same idea in our head.
All right,
We'll
I
make
have
it
the
work.
I have the random number generator open. Do you want me to do it, or do you want to take care of it yourself, Vids?
I suppose you could just do it if you'd like.
I just
You
need
can
to
just-
see how many there are.
Okay, let's do a count. Oh, also, we don't have any exile requests, I don't think, so I think the only thing we have are those talismans. So it's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that 7 rows?
Mhm.
So 42 by, and then
Plus-
what's on the page 2? 43, 44, 45, 46.
All right, cool. All right, number 1 is number 12.
Okay, let's see what it is.
That's the slug, I think.
Okay, not bad. So everything else is up to you. Is that 12? Oh, interesting. Are you changing who you want to go with based on the talisman you got? That's an interesting strategy. I suppose we could, along the lines of what we were asking Aqua before, do people need to commit to the exile first? Or can they hear the talisman first and then kind of deliberately change their strategy if they get a really significant talisman of some variety?
Well, I'm just gonna.
I guess
do
this means also if you
what's
get a legendary, then you're gonna have to, then you have to pick that race,
Mm-hmm.
which would be interesting.
Peach says, yeah. This time it's okay. Next time, maybe not.
All right, so the first talisman
Hey, wait.
for
Yeah, what do we have for Dress Up Geek Out then?
number 34.
Cool. Okay, we gotta do some maths then.
6, 12, 24, 30, 30 what?
34. I believe it's the celestial, the cracked orb.
No, this
6,
is
12,
12. This is
18,
24.
24,
This is 30. So yeah.
Okay. That's a good one. Who would you like to give that to, though? Strong choice. Okay, so now we will be doing out of 45 this time. So we have, of course, removed one possible talisman from the equation.
Oh no, we made the multiplication harder.
And it is number 12 again, which I guess would be the next one over from that one, which you already picked.
Oh yeah, so Frozen Soul in this case?
Oh, we didn't need to do it this way.
Yeah, we might have made it a little bit tougher on ourselves, but we'll figure it out.
You did.
Yeah, we could just roll again if we get the same number.
Yeah.
That's probably what would ultimately be the most straightforward. Okay.
But
Next for
we set
Justin
a
Kiko.
precedent. So what's next?
Number 36.
So this was 34, but
It would have
now
been
it's
the
but
horn.
now this is 34. This was 34. This is now 34. The next one is 36. So I'm obligated to use the Star Splinter.
I see. Yes.
Is my math correct?
I think your math is correct. Because
Yes,
Peach, yeah,
because of the system that we decided on.
we've already
Yes, your math is correct.
had the system come back to bite us a little bit here. But we figured it out. Yes, I believe that is the 36th talisman. Getting lots of throwing talismans here. You gonna embrace the savage plays, perhaps? Or go a different route? Throw that orb, according to the random number generator. Throwing snacker, perhaps. Okay, so now we will have 44 being the total number of options here. We're continuing our flawed strategy.
Next is number 33.
Okay, so we're missing 2 of the usual ones. Normally it would be, what, 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. Would
would
normally
be the
be the
one-
Scribe Rock.
It would be Scribe Rock because
But-
the next to that was 34. Oh no, because there's -2.
But
Yeah,
now
so
it's the orb throwing distance one, right?
The sling bullet, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Very much a throwing theme. Of course, starting with Dress Up Geek Out, but now Phaler as well. Phaler is, of course, choosing to accompany that with some good old-fashioned style and fashion. Math is hard. Confirm. Okay, so 44 again on this one.
Number 19.
I don't remember if you've taken anything
12.
pre-19 or not. Don't think you have?
No, I haven't. 12, 18, 19 is unavailable to me. No, no, I have to
Unless, yeah. So that means you have to use a savage? Is that our thought process here?
Yeah. I think we decided to do that. This is such a weird
34 would
talisman.
have been the horn, I think, but Taylor had already taken one pre-horns. That meant that bumped us one further. Or Dress Geek Out, or whoever that was who we were talking about potentially having the horn. So again,
Why
it
not do
was our number counting strategy coming back to bite us in.
Uh-huh. It's because we were foolish. Next time.
Yeah, our first time going this route with random talismans, and so we came up with an idea for how to do it, and it was probably not the best idea, but hey, we're learning.
You good, Phaler?
Ready? Here we go. Yes, so probably makes the most sense to just always roll out of 46 because that's the total number of talismans, and then just re-roll if you get a repeat, or re-roll if you get a talisman that you are not allowed to use on a given character, or what have you.
Aqua requested random talismans next right as well, probably specifically so that we can do it right this time.
Okay. Learning from our mistakes. They make sense.
Flung with force of will.
Yeah, if the number's already picked, just reroll. I think that makes the most sense going forward. That was nifty. Jumping and catching the orb mid-jump. Sandra's like, let me just do this backflip
Alma threw it in.
and catch it as I'm doing that. Ooh. Stowaway. Teleporting to the orb, and whoa, some pinball action. We have not seen much of any of that in this arena. Baylor breaking it out. Usually hit a Malik where we see that. Oh, and some aggressive banishments as well. With all this throw-in, Baylor is off to a very, very quick start. Ooh, look at that banishment, though. Taylor missed on the first cast, not the second one, and did get thwarted on his jump attempt. Now, potentially a chance for Garrett, or not. Snadra tries to take the orb, unsuccessful there. Garrett's turn this time, does not make it through unscathed. Whoa, look at that leap. Those savages, man. They will jump out of nowhere. Caught and intercepted. This might be an opportunity here for Snadra. Not quite. That's a dangerous portal location. What does Phaler do? He has Almer. Has the orb nearby. Taking his opportunity. Oh, except Almer got shoulder smashed. Uh-oh. There's a vulnerable position here for Dress Up Geek Out. And Garrett finishes it off.
Good game.
I agree, Peach. That was a tad savage. We had, what, 2 savages on each team that time? Gareth and Almer for Baylor, and then I think Dress Up Geek Out, you had both the Stowaway and Gareth as well?
That's correct.
Yeah. Makes for quite a frantic match, you're right. Alright, so, let's hit back. And I think we've already accumulated a few more requests. So I know we have another one from Baylor for the arena, and I will scroll back up in chat for a second just to see which one comes next as well. Isle of Kalamer is next for that. Okay. And then if I tab out again to see what the more recent requests are.
We have random talismans from Aqua, and then we also have Aqua redeem choose a player's exile, seemingly by accident, because he said he didn't want to do that.
Oh.
And then Radio also choose to redeem exiles and said all worms. So Aqua, I guess, can choose the exiles if he wants to.
Okay, Aqua, do you have anything in particular you would like to see for the exiles? If not, you could just go for the random, if you don't have anything in particular in mind. But it's up to you.
He says just let them choose their own.
Okay. So we'll have normal exiles. We will have the randomized talismans. We'll have Isle of Kalamer. So we could still have song requests. We could still have mastery requests. We could have Titan Stars. I think that's just about the sermon intro. That's about it. If there's any of those things that strike your fancy, chat, then let us know. Otherwise, we'll get going. Random talismans done right this time. Yeah. Forbidden Knowledge. We already had that one once. Seems as though people are very much feeling the Forbidden Knowledge today. Oh yeah, so what is the order, Aqua, on the talismans? Do they pick their character first and then they select the talisman? or does the talisman come first and then they can base whichever character they want on what the talisman roll was?
It says talisman first.
Okay. Okay. In that case,
All right, good to have that bit of clarity.
yeah,
I think we're ready to go.
let's do it. Does give more flexibility for the players being able to pick their characters afterward.
Potentially, or if they get a legendary talisman, then I guess they'd be forced to pick that.
That is true. Okay, so this time we will select based on the random number generator choosing from 46 different options. And if it's something that doesn't work, then we'll either, the person will take a character who is allowed to use that talisman, if it's a legendary or a cursed talisman. And if it's a talisman that someone has already taken, then we'll reroll.
Alright, so the first talisman for Phaler is number 7.
That is this one. Right Wisp. Okay, he's thinking that makes sense with Albert. So that's the talisman that automatically passes the orb if you get banished while you have the orb. Okay, so then for Dress Up Geek Out,
Number 32.
that is... We already done 32? We know that offhand?
Yeah.
12, 24,
This-
30,
this is
32.
30.
Yeah. Okay, random number generator. Let's see what it does here. Trying to make a statement, perhaps.
Yeah. The random number generator will declare the correct ship, the cannon ship.
Yup. We'll see who the random number generator pairs with. Headwind, or is it Rookie? I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, I'm a fan of Bright Wisp. I like it a lot. Right, Steve. You don't see it too often. Okay, so back to Phaler, and we will continue to take the random number generator from 46, and if it happens to give us a 7, then we'll just re-roll it.
It's number 39.
And that is still on this... Is this still on the first page? I think it will be, right? Then
Yeah,
12...
first page. Third one from the bottom, so it's the...
The Tailwind Crest, I think?
No.
Is it? See, 12, 24, 36...
Yeah.
37, 38, 39, so yeah, Tailwind Crest.
Okay. Speedy. Speedy Rachi.
Back. Okay.
Speedy in.
That's devastating. Okay.
That's a tough one. Okay, what does Dress Up Geek Out get for the second talisman?
Number 33.
Okay, that is... I think you had it right
This
there.
one.
Is it that?
That would be the Scribe Rock.
Yep.
So lots of presents. Oh, could it be Messenger in versus Rachi? Yeah, Orlac with Scribe Rock is certainly a humongous aura as well.
Messenger in.
Okay, so now last one for Phaler.
It's number 9.
Okay, so that should be 2 over from the one you took the first time. Dying Flame.
It's your number 9. It's number 9 large. Number 6 with extra dip.
I've heard that so many times in my card cats.
Do you have it all memorized now? I can't remember the rest of it.
No, I forgot.
Okay, got 34 again, so rerolling.
I think
Okay.
it was like something with
Number
extra
7.
Ds.
So we were talking about how no one was using the Wisp before, but the random number generator says, you know what? We're gonna give it to both people.
You're gonna preach your heretic religion to the masses.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay, going for the stowaway here, it seems. The scribe, or not scribe rock, but the wisp, I should say.
Alright, here we go.
Alright. There is the super speedy Dalbert with his triple hop and cur action. Signature failure move. Well dodged. Rookie, is he off to the races? Not quite. Close, but not quite. That is also a dangerous place for that portal. Ooh, automatically passes it. Talisman. No one's left, though, for Dress Up Geek Out. Can Phaler act quickly enough? Not quite! Rookie with the last-minute save. Oh, and the stowaway is a split second away from throwing it in, as was Rookie. Oh, doing a little bring around the rosy for the orb here.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
No time for Almer to get a throw in. He can't stop Raji. Dress Up Geek Out, perhaps waiting for more of her teammates to come back. That was a very cool move from the stowaway. Does a flip, takes out her opponent, and then runs away.
Sorry.
Almer, what just happened? Oh my
How
goodness.
did you do that?
What was that?
I have no clue.
Almer just put the wizard in wizard basketball.
He changed direction in midair and did an S-shaped jump. That was
You
amazing.
saw that, right?
I think he just did it again. A little less that time, but just for show.
Oh no, you don't. Yeah.
It is a wizard.
Oh my god.
Whew.
Oh.
Cur versus Cur. Rookie can't quite make it in. Dalbert does not jump in. Gets blocked. Rookie is back. Doesn't make it himself. Almer leaps, but doesn't make it all the way. Rookie jumps into Dalbert. Gets them both stunned, and Rookie, waiting for the stamina to come back, actually passes it over to Messenger in. Stowaway leaves it for Almer, throws it in, and does manage to score for 11 damage.
Oh, there's a freaking imp in the way. Ah.
It's a swing.
Rookie doesn't get the jump in time. Oh, more run forward and leap back action from the stowaway. Does manage to pass it off to Messenger, but Messenger gets banished. Rookie with some good defense there, preventing Almer from throwing it in. Does not manage to pick up the orb in time, though. Stowaway, with the defense there, successfully catches the orb, gets banished. Almer coming back and does throw it in. Ooh. Dalbert with a quick score there, Dress Up Geek Out. Doesn't have much time left. Almer trying to make some space for himself, but Messenger Imp cleans up. Ooh. Raji vanishes and takes the orb in quick succession. Clears out some space. Messenger Imp is back, though. Catches the orb. Gets vanished, though. Rookie does not have the orb. Runs up to the opposing Pyre. Oh, but then gets the pass. And does manage to throw it in. It was not in vain. He's aptly positioned. Dalbert trying to jump it in. Does not make it, but the auto pass with the Wisp brings it to Almer. Almer does not make it in. Rookie throws and does score. Oh man, could it be happening? Could it be happening? I'll say no more.
No.
And I jinxed it.
Good game.
Well played, though. That was intense.
It sounds like a good sports narrator.
How are you both feeling after that match?
Yeah,
That was pretty fun.
that felt like
Passing and go.
some high stakes
I'm,
there.
I'm shaking.
That was really tense, yeah. That was awesome, though.
Interesting in chat. Like, oh, Messenger Rib's defense is solid, nice pass. It's like, yes, Horse was like, oh yeah, that was a classic quarter double back play. or whatever. I don't know sports terms. That's what that made me think of. That was so intense, though. There were so many moments that could have gone either way.
Yeah,
And,
I know.
even just the number of times when you both went sprinting straight at the orb simultaneously and you butted heads. That happened. Felt like at least 5 times.
what was with the weird like explosion effect every time that one happened? That kept tripping me up.
I think it automatically
Oh, I'm
stuns
not sure
both
what that
players.
It's like a brief stun when you block someone.
I see.
That happens.
So what was that hella thing that you did? You know the thing I'm talking about.
Where he became a wizard
Oh, yeah, so
and
just do
flew.
that.
The S jump, the serpentine jump.
Yeah,
Like-
you see this with mouse controls a lot because they'll kind of like they jump too fast for their own good, and so if you try and direct them while they're in the air, they'll do stuff. It's especially fun when if you're using mouse controls, you can get them to do really funny things. Because if you move the mouse slightly while they're jumping, they'll try and like angle themselves into it, but end up kind of orbiting it because they're moving so fast already. It's really funny.
Yes.
All I know is it was not what I was expecting, and apparently it was not what anyone was expecting, and I don't even remember how I reacted to that.
I was
Like,
taken
I
aback.
don't know I don't know if I successfully defended it or not.
Maybe that was-
I mostly just have this traumatic image in my head right now.
Everyone's jaws dropped to the floor.
Maybe that was Failures at 10 was the intimidation factor.
Yeah.
Oh,
equivalent-
Plus 10 intimidation.
And here I am being all like, ah! And Taylor being so calm and poised and stoic.
It's the equivalent of the worm salute, where everyone just freezes. What just happened?
Alright, so Radiomedic redeemed Choose Exiles. He says all curs. He also redeemed earlier all worms.
Yeah.
So I guess it's gonna be
Okay, so
All
we'll do
worms and all
the
curs.
worms first, then we'll do the all curs.
Let's see more S's.
And I'm also going to tab out for a second here to double check what comes next on Failur's list of arenas.
Aqua actually posted in the Discord.
Oh.
The next is Cairn and then the book.
Okay. Great.
Karen?
Yeah, the
Karen
Karen.
of Habu.
This one.
Who is this Karen you speak of?
Karen.
Karen is
Almost.
Yes, a Karen of Hub.
it's Haub's Karen. Karen.
I want to speak to Hub's manager.
It's Karen.
There's Karen and then there is Linda.
Okay, is there anything else we'd like to see for this upcoming right chat?
The
From
Karen
a
of Linda.
Talisman standpoint,
Karen of Linda.
a mastery standpoint, we have the arena set, we have the exile set. But anything else, or should we just go straight into things? RNG talismans again, says Peach. People are liking it. with an evil face as well. Just hear the maniacal laughter. All Titan stars against Failure as well. And thank
Yeah, that
Aqua
seems
for that
fair.
one. Okay, and I think that is just about everything, unless anyone has a masteries request.
Yep.
And yep, Right on cue, Aqua says, no masteries. Okay,
People
so
I'm playing with right now are just absolute fools. They don't use traps.
how dare they? Okay, so I think that is everything. So we'll get going.
But he says actually you can have one, the one that increases glory.
Oh, hold on.
The Titans.
I did make it so that it was a hard 0.
Okay.
1 mastery, you're saying?
That's what Aqua said.
Okay.
I guess
And since they're all curs,
They're
all
all worms.
worms. So
or oh no, it's all
right now.
worms, right? Okay.
Do they have that? Do they have 1 mastery that increases damage? Is that what you're saying, Aqua? And they're allowed to
Curs
take that one?
do, but worms would need 3 because you go to the bottom of the left tree for it. So
Yeah,
when they
this is all
ban it from
worms
one for the
first.
next.
Yeah,
Yeah.
curs is the next one.
Next one is all curs. Alright, he says no masteries then.
Okay. So let us resume in that case.
The Titan stars.
Okay, so we are definitely still going forward with all the Titan stars. That has not changed.
Violandius.
All the breathing noises.
Yeah,
That's all of them.
that is all of them.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah, I was just watching a video of Darren Korb, the sound director from Supergiant, explaining how he did all the sounds, including music, but also sound effects, on Bastion, and he was describing how he was trying to find a way to make sound effects using just sounds that he made from, like, speaking and making weird mouth noises. So,
Yeah.
after hearing the Titan Stars, I'm just imagining how one might have looked and sounded originally when trying to create those. It would have been weird. And then, you see, like, there's the random person who walks into the room as you're doing that, and you try to explain yourself, like, yeah, no.
Hey man, Foley artistry is for real, dude.
Alright, so first talisman is number 19.
That is not possible.
Yep, that's the... Okay, next. 15.
That's also
Also not possible. It's Howard's wing, right? Yep.
Alright,
Alright.
21.
This is gonna happen more often if we have a hard limit on which types of exiles we can take. So, yeah, we'll have more re-rolling. Is that
Is
also?
21 is 21 also. Is that
It
lose
is
bow?
lose bow.
That's the
Yeah.
sap one. Now
Okay.
it's just messing with us.
7. That one again.
That
7.
works.
alright.
It loves the wisp.
Sir Gilman.
And I do really like the wisp on the first character, especially when the first character is a worm. Not bad.
Are we getting some Lids karaoke today?
I don't know. I forget what prompted it last time.
Okay. Wait, what do you mean last time? When did this happen? Okay, number 18.
Oh.
That's okay.
That's another bad one.
Number 30.
Number 30.
30.
Yes.
That
this one.
is that. That works.
Wait, when was there Lids karaoke last time? Did
Yeah.
something happen?
Very briefly last time. I think it was relatively early.
What,
when
what
we
did you
were-
sing? What did you do?
We were talking about the name of the weapons, I think, from Bayonetta, and how those are named after a song. And I think I ended up singing that song, except I modified it. I freestyled a little bit, made it RITE themed, Pyre themed.
I do remember
I see.
this. I do remember this. Yeah, you were
Alright.
singing
Might have been
Scarborough
2
Fair.
weeks ago. Yeah, it was
Also,
Scarborough
the,
Fair.
Talisman is number 31.
31. Is that 31 or is that 37?
That's 31.
Okay. Oh, you might have gone a row too low, but I was counting quickly and probably miscounted.
Alright, number 40. So that should be the second to last one from the bottom.
Oh, you're right. No. Yes. What? No.
There's
Wait, no.
42 on this page, I think, so it should be the.
Okay, so yeah,
Third?
third to last from the bottom.
This
I think
one.
it's that. Yeah.
Yeah, 42, because that's 46, so... Not bad, I
Ugh.
guess.
How does this work with
What?
worms again?
I don't know.
Maximum casting range on a worm? Sure.
It's a deluge.
Yeah, we're making it work with the RNG stuff. Thank you, Anj, for helping out with this.
Yeah, no problem. Next is 18. That's not possible. Okay. 38.
That should be possible.
Sunken Shadow.
It's a deluge.
That's not a bad one to have.
Hmm. Okay. All right, Lady River. What will she have?
Oh, 23.
That.
This is 18, 19, 20, 21, 22,
Be that?
23.
Yeah.
And this would be
That
24.
sounds good.
That makes sense.
Yeah. That looks like a good one.
Exile.
All right,
No,
and
this
here we
makes sense
go.
Because I don't know how to worm.
Some worm madness here.
The first dousing.
See how it
Nice.
goes with these random talismans.
Nice quick score.
Yeah.
The orb into the flame.
I think we're gonna have a lot of quick scores here based on how everyone is using worms. And we're probably gonna have some general chaos.
No law against throwing in the orb.
Remember, Thaler is starting with just 70 life on his Pyre because of the Titan Stars, so Dress Up Geek Out already now is fairly close. Did we randomly get Falcon's Bronze theme? Did we? We did?
Yeah.
I suppose that might be a little bit fitting in the chaos that is ensuing. Ooh. Yeah.
Sir Gilman's aim was true.
Taylor throwing it. Is that gonna have enough juice? It will not. It's hard to tell all these worms apart. Deluge and Gilman look fairly similar.
But a little
Lady River is definitely a different shade of green, so that makes it greenish orange. Makes it a little easier. Also, they're lightning fast, so it's not very long to try to identify which one is which.
I can't tell apart because I can't even see them. They're moving too fast.
Yeah. I think that's Gilman. And now Thaler, with several quick scores here, has brought this to nearly a tie game. I believe that is Deluge he was working with. Now Deluge, oh no, Gilman! With Righteous Flame as well for Dress Up Geek Out. Does mean that Dress Up Geek Out is getting some life back. In addition to having a little bit more damage than Thaler from the Titan Stars, I believe, so puts her at a little bit of an advantage here. She thwarts that attempt. And just one score, and it's over. And she finished the job. Another successful block. And banishment. Now, who is her worm of choice to try to score? Ooh. Baylor unsuccessful there. Baylor does have Gilman permanently banished, but he has Rekindling. I did not remember that. So Baylor isn't done just yet. Does mean Dress Up Geek Out needs to score one more time. Meanwhile, she has 40 life remaining on her Pyre, and maybe hiding with Gilman at the moment. Oh! And Deluge, I think, is the one who finishes it off. Well played.
They brushed aside their adversaries without too much trouble.
Excuse me, I had the Titan Stars on my side.
Well played, both of you. That is always a challenge, going 100% worms. The game is just going at 1,000 miles per hour.
Until the stars
So
align.
that, yeah, when I realized that I can't do anything with the game going at 1,000 miles an hour, I decided to contain it.
Uh-huh. Play a little more
So you
defensively.
So yeah, you probably saw pretty. Personally, I think it was like night and day how much I changed my strategy, and just my manner of play. I'm like, so, and I feel like at least one point, the increased aura actually helped me a
Hey!
little bit. Like, it's so keeping everyone huddled together.
Yeah, not so bad after all.
Yeah, so I could focus on actually jumping
Mhm.
to block rather than trying to steer while jumping in the midair in order to block, which I realized I cannot do.
Rather than
So-
trying to do an S-shaped jump in the middle of a sprint around two obstacles and two opposing exiles.
Yeah, like I can't. That's just inconceivable for me. So I, so
As you wish.
I intentionally brought the game to somewhere more formal or more familiar for me, and that helped. Like I was scoring, so
Indeed.
Well played. Okay, so I know we have the triple curves. I believe is now what we have for this one. We
This will
should
be
still
fun.
have one more arena request, I think.
It's the Book of Rites.
Okay, this is the Book of Rites.
oh sheesh, there's gonna be a lot of flying. More
Yeah,
than
that's a small
No,
arena
it's not.
for a
It's
lot of
one
curves.
mastery. That's been picked already.
Oh, true. True.
Oh
I
yeah,
forgot about that
I
one.
forgot about that conveniently.
Keeps the Titan stars on.
Okay. Titan stars are remaining on all of them, just to clarify. No changes to them, exactly as they were last time. And is there anything else we would like to see with regard to what else would change? Potentially song? We've done masteries already. We've not done talismans this time around. All the same as last time? Okay, so keep all the Titan stars on. Gotcha.
Okay.
Any talisman requests this time? Or are we good to go? And I'm not seeing any talisman requests. So I think we're good here.
You can actually pick your talismans.
What?
This time.
What is this nonsense?
The Titan Stars.
Okay, so all the same Titan stars, so we're good there as well. Should I? I don't know, you're running out of time.
Welcome.
Okay, so Valor
Who shall conduct the rites?
is, of course, quite comfortable with this triple curve
You're
strategy.
required to have that one, so yeah.
That is true. Alright, well, there we go. Dalbert first. With the pair of beads, and Press of Peek Out, taking a similar strategy, just with Ruki. Next, for Phaler, he's thinking Barker. As for which talisman he's going to use here, I have seen him use the Presence Talisman on Kurz in the past. Seems a little unusual, given how Kurz, at least normally, don't have much in the way of presence, but it is a notable difference. More than doubles their presence. He does choose to go that route. Dalbert next. Press a peek out. Also choosing to increase the size the aura. Interesting. Right, and going for a super speedy rookie on the last spot for Phaler. Dress Up Geek Out. We'll be taking Parker for the last one. But what talisman is the primary question. That is the thing she can switch up. Will she continue to take the same approach that Phaler takes, or will she go in a slightly different direction? For stamina recovery, that could certainly work. And that is what she goes for. Here we are.
Now begin.
Dalbert almost off to the races there. Maybe it'll be Rookie's job to do that instead, though. Ooh, Kerr. And I can't help but imagine that is the type of scenario in which Phaler might normally try to triple jump with Kerrs. Just saw him starting the jumping sequence from a little ways out and probably thinking to himself, man, what I would do with the ability to jump just a little bit more. Limited, though, mastery-wise, to just one talent point, one mastery point. And that was the extra damage, not the extra jump mastery, and therefore we have some curves that are not going to be flying this time around. So does that mean, like, are they still curves? Are they still the same?
Parker flung the orb into the flame.
I don't know, but Dress Up Geek Out is taking advantage of this slightly different setup here. Several quick scores. Also, doing it with throwing the orb in, which of course allows her to keep all of her characters on the playing field, no one getting banished from jumping in. At least not yet. Taylor going in with Rookie, and does manage to score. Now remember though, the Prayer Beads character for Phaler is Dalbert. So that does mean that Rookie is permanently banished here. Rookie for Dress Up Geek Out. Another scenario where it might have been useful to have additional jumps, although she was thwarted mid-jump. Phaler throwing it in for a small score there with Parker. Dalbert is the Prayer Beads character, so he will not get banished here. Puts Phaler in a little bit of a stronger place here, going forward. Can score without being down a character. Parker almost manages to throw that one in. Look at this, Phaler making quite a comeback here. Several scores he has now in a row. He has enough life on his Pyre that he can take 2 hits from Dress Up Geek Out, so he's not on his last legs just yet, but it is approaching that territory. Oh, actually, oh yes, that is, oh no, that's not true, because I take that back. Dress Up Geek Out has additional damage from the Titan Star, so he is actually on his last legs. That is, assuming that Dress Up Geek Out can fully charge an attack or jump in, she will be able to deal the final blow. Unless Phaler can finish his comeback here. Oh, look at all that banishment! And it is done.
The game.
Well played.
Their fire burns, whilst that of their adversaries is but
Oh, that is true. Dress Up Geek Out does technically have the Prayer Beads effect from Titan Stars. But GG.
Oh, yeah, yeah, whatever.
She was just, you know, giving Phaler a chance.
until the next rite.
Phaler,
Just
are
go.
these the first times that I've ever beaten you?
Yes.
Yeah, but it doesn't count because...
Oh, I don't know about that. Congratulations. Well played.
No, I am handicapped. I mean, I've got an unfair advantage. It doesn't count.
Oh, well played. Well played, both of you. Okay,
Thanks.
and with that being said, we have had the two of you in
Games,
here.
for sure.
Huh?
Entertaining games for sure.
Yeah, nothing close. You did also beat him with all curves, though, so I mean, that is like his bread and butter. That's kind of like almost canceling out the Titan Stars, in a way, if you're giving Thaler his super curve setup.
It was not his super curse setup because none of them are jumping.
I suppose so. We didn't have flying curs, which are actually, you know, like an entirely separate species, but okay. I guess so. But anyways, so we've had you two in here for a little bit, so I want to be mindful of that, and if there's anyone hanging out in Discord or in chat who wants to get in on the action, then now is a good time for you to do that, and maybe we can swap one or two of these people out. Otherwise, if not, and you two are still willing and able and interested, then we can continue to have you two face off against each other.
Yeah, there's gotta be some people in the chat who are ready to jump in right now.
Let's see,
I'm down to jump in.
Okay, so we have Anj can jump in. Not recently looked at Discord to see if there are new people who have since joined.
You said you had some new additions to the RITE Club that were watching this.
That is true. There were a few people who joined the RITE Club, and I messaged them and asked them if they were interested in getting involved this time around, and at least one person did respond to me and say that they were looking to at least watch first and see what it was all about before participating. Let me just reread that message. My interpretation, at least from the first read, was I'm probably not going to play the whole first day, and I'll just watch the first day, and then maybe next week I'll end up doing it, but it might have been let me at least see one or two rights, and then I'll feel more comfortable jumping in. So let me just reread that real quick. And in the meantime, if there's anyone else who's interested, let us know, and we can get you in.
And I'm down with whatever, so.
Yeah, that is true. Anj did beat the entire Pyre campaign without owning the game, which is, that's gotta be, it might be a world record. I don't know.
It might be illegal in a few states, technically, but...
He's a criminal. He got banished to the downside. That's why he's down here with us. Okay, so let's boot someone, and we'll get Anj in here. And then if there's another person who wants to take the second spot, then that is cool as well. We can do that. Between Thaler and Dress a Peek Out. Oh, someone I think just took it upon themselves.
Oh, I left already.
Okay, no worries. That is totally fine. Thank you, Thaler. I will find... well, is his name going to be Anj? Is his name going to be something entirely different? I don't know.
There's no deception this time, but it is different than it was last time.
You
I
say
changed my profile
that, but...
to a little goat image. My name is Diabolus.
Hold on. Is he telling the truth right now? Can I actually find him? There he is. Okay, well, I found someone whose name and picture does appear to fit that description. So I will send an invite to this mysterious person who I believe is Anj, but don't really know at this stage.
Maybe
as
it
he
was a
continues to
deception more than
message
a
me.
deception.
He's actually found a way to get me to cold call someone else and throw them into things.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah,
Little
I
do
changed
I
my
know.
profile picture to a blue lion. My
Yeah.
username is Aqua.
He's actually masquerading as Aqua, and I have accidentally invited Aqua without even realizing it. They've swapped places. Okay, so we have Anj in here. And then, as for the second player, do we have anyone who would like to jump in there? Otherwise, I could jump in myself. I've not yet played today, but generally I prefer to let other people come in and, you know, just maximize the total number of people who play in any given week. Peach? Any interest from Peach? Okay, let's put Peach against Anj. In that case, let me
Alright.
find you on the Discords. Dress of Geek
Sounds
Out,
good.
thank you for playing earlier, and we will see if we can get you in later as well.
That'll be cool.
Okay, let's get Peach in here. Invite sent to Peach. And Peach, I'm assuming you'll want to be the Pyre Hearts? Probably, maybe, sorta, possibly.
Taylor, that was hella fun.
I'm telling you, those were some really
Okay.
good games. That was a lot of fun.
The one in the one in Imp Stadium in particular.
That one was really good.
I really can't wait to watch the VOD of that.
Peach, remind me, do you want to be Heartful Peach, or do you just want to be Peach? I don't remember. What were we going with? What do you prefer?
Or you could go by H Peach if you want to be real cool, like a street name.
Oh dear. Up to you. Whatever is your preference. Fire Hearts? Yes. Okay. Let me swap those things out. Off the Fate. We have Beyonders of the other ones. And then we have Chastity for Anj. We have Fire Hearts for Peach. Peach works with HP sounds funny. I'm not sure where that leaves us. I'm not sure where that leaves us.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
HP, do we want Peach? We want H Peach? Maybe as a bit of a happy medium.
That's what I was suggesting. Actually, was H Peach,
So this is what Anj thinks you ought to do.
but it doesn't matter to me. Also, since I don't have the stream open, I can't see the chat. So if Peach desires to communicate with me, it has to be through Vids, I suppose.
Peach says, okay, H Peach will do. Okay, so let's run with that then. Peach will be the Pyre Hearts. And remind me, Anj, you will be using mouse keyboard, correct?
Correct.
And Peach, you will be using controller, is that right? And then, Anj, let's remember to switch over the control setup before we start the right. Controller for you, Peach? Okay, great. So, that's all set up. Do we have any remaining requests for this right, or... What's up, Doominator? How's it going? Do we have any requests for this right, or have we gone through all those at this point? Yeah, so we're doing some Pyre multiplayer, some Pyre RITE NITE, which is basically Wizard fantasy basketball, as you will be about to witness. Although you did miss the most wizardly of the various moves that we will likely see today. So we'll see if anyone can bring in some additional magic of that sort, but it's going to be hard to top what Phaler pulled off earlier.
Yeah, that wasn't wizardry. That was witchcraft.
That's true. That is true. That was more definitely in the witchcraft territory. That is true. You also don't even need to own Pyre to participate, because as Anj can attest to, you can play remotely, and all these people are playing remotely with me right now, so it works. But I think chat is feeling merciful right now. Peach and Anj, I think you guys are getting off easy here. No specific requests that I can see, so it appears as though we're just gonna go in plain and simple.
Excellent. Time to bust my moves.
All the more reason to break out the moves and warm up a little bit as well, perhaps, for you two playing for the first time today, at least. So we'll have Anj on the left as player 1, the Chastity, in the yellowish pink. And with no restrictions, that does of course mean that he can take whichever characters, whichever items, whichever skills you'd like. Then we have Peach here on the right. Will be...
Oh, Peaches has the debuffs from the Titan Stars.
Oh, yes, we should restart. Hold on 1 second. We do have those debuffs there. Unless you want to play with -7 hope and -5 quickness, Peach. Which I'm assuming you probably don't want to do. But I guess in a way is sort of its own little challenge that you might, for some reason, want to participate in. But I'm assuming you probably don't want that. So in that case, let's do a quick restart. That will fix that. Please no, says Peach. I didn't ask for this. Why? Why so cruel? Okay. So let's just go straight back in. We'll get a different random arena. We'll see what it ends up being. But otherwise, we will be back to business. This is exactly the same arena. Okay. Never mind. I take it back. Oh, Aqua has just asked to choose players' exiles. Hold on. Did he sneak it in time? Questionable. Questionable as to whether or not he snuck that in time, but I think I'm willing to let it pass. Willing to let it go. And stop in Anj as he's about to select Orlek. And
Right,
Aqua says, we're going for the Gate Guardian. We're going for the random pick from the bot. So let's head over to Discord. And it may be, you know, we do know that the bot loves to pick Orlek, so there's certainly a chance that it may end up giving you Orlek, but we shall have to see. We got Headwind for Anj, and this will be the order in which he picks them. Headwind, Snadra, and then Rookie. So a couple of nomads. Then Peach is getting the Moon-Touched Girl, the stowaway, first. Then Lendl, another nomad. And lastly for Peach will be Dalbert. Okay, so wow. It is a lot of nomads, it's a lot of curs, and one savage. That is what things will look like from a character standpoint. So unfortunately, that does mean that Anj was about to pick Orlek, but Aqua sneaks in just in time to stop him.
Just in time to prevent me from busting my moves.
Okay, so let's see. The order was what? Headwind first, I think? If I remember correctly. And I've already tabbed off.
I can't see the thing.
I am back
It
in.
appears to not be responding.
Okay,
Minor
let me uninvite and reinvite you real quick.
Alright, cool.
And we should do it. Even. What's looking for there? Oh. Okay, and we will establish that you are definitely this mysterious Diabolus goat person.
Yes.
Okay, so invite sent. Hopefully that'll bring you back. Peach says you have Snadra, you've already won.
What?
The bot did pick Snadra for you. Are you back in now? Things...
No, I didn't receive an invite, and then I got a message that said Steam client unexpectedly closed.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Alright, try sending it again, though.
Okay, you might need to restart Steam in that case, because it sounds like Steam wants to be very difficult here. But let's send you another invite.
There we
Invite
go.
sent?
Okay.
Okay. And Aqua and his brother are warring against each other in chat, requesting a whole bunch of things. Oh, and we should still be able to resume this, right?
Oh, yep. Alright, so Headwind, right? That's first.
I believe it was Headwind. I
Okay.
think it was Headwind, then Snadra, then Rookie, if I remember correctly for you. And it was on Peach's side, Lendl, or no, Moon-Touched Girl, then Lendl? I don't remember the exact order. Dalbert, it was those three for Peach, I don't remember the order. H Peach representing the Pyre H. Exactly. I'm just like, what is this? Not being able to choose a demon. Also, did we have something limiting people to 3 masteries, or did you just deliberately subject yourself to being handicapped.
Wait, did I only pick 3?
I think you only picked 3. It didn't prompt you, though. So maybe you just did it really quickly. I was looking at the, yeah.
Oh, I did. Okay, well, that's fine.
Yeah! About that. I'm surprised it
just
didn't
love-
say, like, hey, you have an extra mastery. You don't need to do this to yourself. Okay. That works, too. Right, so Peach has the stowaway. Is Peach also willingly picking 3? Or did we set it up for only 3 or something?
I don't think so.
I mean, Peach, out of respect, maybe, is deliberately only picking 3 here.
You don't have to do that, Peach. You don't have to respect me.
Or maybe we did. Genuinely, accidentally, limit you to 3.
Oh,
we
my
can double
next
check
thing was,
here.
no,
I think it was Snadra,
Snadra.
yeah.
Okay, correct.
Will it let you take a 4th? Did we accidentally limit you to 3?
Let's see.
Yeah?
Okay, yeah.
Alright. It's just ignoring that. That we only took 3 for the first characters, for both players, but both players have that same restriction that we have now, on the fly, added. So, it's still an even playing field. So, Lendl second for Peach. I was gonna say, Peach has got to take the heart ability, right? It's in your name. Possibly even the heart talisman. Oh no! I'm influencing too much. I will proceed to shut my mouth.
I got Rookie, was it? Or was it her?
Yeah, I think you have Rookie last, and then Peach has Dalbert last.
I see.
So Dalbert for Peach.
Hello? Hi.
Hello. I believe that is cool guy popping into Discord.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good.
Nice to see you.
You too.
So, cool guy, we have recently begun doing random talismans. Not this time, but several times earlier today. So, has become a thing. But anyways, here we go. Peach striking first. A quick throw from the stowaway. Rookie tracking her down. And retreating before he could take the orb. Trying to get Lendl. Lendl passes it just in time to banish Rookie. Clever. Very clever. Lendl passes it again, right in the nick of time. As does the stowaway. This is some strong passing from Peach. However, Rookie might have enough time here to jump in. Was a good throw. Now, of course, we are using a different species of cur. This is
ones that
the
fly.
this is the Canis flying Acus. Is the flying cur. Anyone who can speak Latin or understands Latin, please do not attempt to correct that.
Do not attempt? Okay.
The first part
Hey,
is
that's-
correct. The second part is absolutely not.
Hey, if there's a doctor in the house, can you not help me?
I suppose, if you do know what the Latin word for flying is, then that might be helpful. Then we could actually know the official name, the taxonomy of a flying cur might be. A double burning resolve for 20 life back. That is pretty substantial. Makes it such that Peach, who was taking an early lead, is now suddenly, at least was a moment ago, going to get someone with full life on their Pyre. Now has dealt a little more damage. But again, with that 20 burning resolve, means that Anj can completely remove damage that Peach causes. So, whoa! There's some pinball there. Did not see that one coming. Oh, and some flying curves. It's done.
Good game, Peach.
Well played.
I think that the burning resolve saved me quite a bit, actually, or it helped me quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you restored at least 35 life that way, possibly more. I lost track of how many times it took effect.
This gives me an idea, actually.
Uh-oh. Look out. It does say 4 here. We did obviously confirm that we could select 4 masteries, but in case anyone was still unsure, yes, it does say 4 there. Show those bozos how it's done. Okay, so what would we like to see, chat, for this upcoming RITE? Between Anj and Peach? Oh, that's true. Radio Medic had a bunch of requests. That is correct. Let me double check what those were.
Yeah, you alluded to. You said that the brothers were having some sort of feud in chat.
Yeah.
With requests. I'm sort of scared to see.
Radio Medic requested a bunch of stuff, and then Aqua was like, "No, stop doing that." Okay, it was, I think the first one, looks like the first one is all worms.
Okay. Is that all?
We did that already, though.
We have done that one, though. That's an old one. I'm getting lost in the sea a little bit here.
Failure and I
Picked
did
it again. So it's
all
another
and
all
then
worms?
all cards. Oh, fair enough.
Thought it was, he said all worms, and then afterward he said all savages, but I don't think he actually did a request for the all savages. At least, I think I'm counting that correctly. So I think we're on an official all worms, and then if Radio Medic wants to follow up that all savages request with a formal request, then we can make that a thing as well for the subsequent RITE.
Okay. Is there no request regarding talismans or masteries or anything?
We are just getting some of those now.
Ah.
We have Grand Ceremony for the song.
I heard my name.
Just trying to make sense out of your requests, is all. And then we have 3 left masteries. Is the mastery request. Now, to clarify, does that mean only 3 masteries total? Or do they just have to take 3 to the left and they can do whatever they want with the last one? 4 masteries total, though? Okay, yeah. So, in that case, yes. So the way it works is you must take 3 masteries on the left side, but you can do whatever you want with the last mastery.
Okay. And is there any request for exiles?
All worms will be the
Oh, yeah,
exile
that's right.
request. Grand Ceremony for song, no arena request. I think that is it. And Radio Medic, what we were saying was, it seemed as though you did an official request for worms, and then afterward you said all savages, but you didn't do a formal request for that. So if you want to follow that up with a formal request, then we can do that after this, right?
All savages.
You're saying all savages rather than all worms? You prefer the savages to the worms? Was that kind of like replacing the all worms request? Not totally sure where we stand there.
Yes.
That
Okay,
was,
yes to what?
that was an
question.
either or, and you said yes.
Do you want us to do all savages or all worms right now?
be?
The money was put on
Savage.
words.
Savage.
Savage.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll have all savages. Fitting arena for the chastity. So all worms. Left side of the tree for 3 points, 3 masteries, and then you can do whatever you want on the last.
Did we just decide it was all savages?
Oh no, we switched it to savages. You're correct.
And then, is there any restrictions on talismans?
Don't think I saw any, but let me double check.
Mhm.
Yeah, definitely not. You're free to take whichever talisman you would like. So must go 3 masteries on the left side. Don't believe it matters which. You must take 3, and then the last one you can do whatever you want with. Talisman is up to you. So this will be a very small arena for a bunch of savages to jump and throw around the orb. Jump with and throw around the orb. So we'll see how the players choose to handle that. And some of them may be a little more prepared to make a decision than others. But you know what? Sometimes the random talismans work out too. It of course settled on a throwing talisman, which is very strong with the savages, so that makes sense. Each starting off with Ulmer. Going with the 3 on the left, so now with the last one you can take another one on the left if you'd like, or you can take the one on the right, up to you. Oh, going for the ring, okay. They have caught our attention. Now another savage for Anj.
I think I'm actually going to copy what I know Peach is doing.
Oh, I sense... I have a sense as to what it's going to be. Yep. All made for life. Yeah. Think you might be onto something there, Phaler. Yup. That is, in fact, the direction in which Peach is going. Same strategy, slightly different strategy for the stowaway. And now, yup. Anj follows in suit. Now we will have Gareth.
The third wheel.
It's okay. They're fine with it. He's the best man.
Aye.
Gareth's moral support. He's the photographer. The ring bearer. I don't know. One of those things. Anyways, here we go. Lots of savages in what will ultimately become one of the smallest arenas. And we'll see how these two handle that. Oh, I didn't even see that. Peach took the Black Heart with someone? Ooh. I did not notice that. Voluntarily taking the Cursed Talisman. Risk, of course, but could pay off. Oh, and vanishes the entire team, Anj does. It says, why not? Let's plunge into the pyre. He's just, you know, he's also here. Normally he stands out above the rest for his amazing fashion sense, but on this occasion is the rare occasion in which Gareth is third wheeling. It's true. Never thought thought I'd see the day. Oh, I'm just playing it all sneaky over there, hiding behind those roots. Gareth also is apparently immune. Oh, I was gonna say immune to getting banished from a cast. It is because Anj was hitting his own Gareth. I was like, that cast clearly hit him. Oh yeah, it's because, you know, you were aiming at your teammate, that's why. I was like, I know he looks good, but he can't be that good looking.
So good looking, he's just immune to being banished.
Neither triumvirate is closer than the other.
Gets launched into the aura there. Does have false step though. Which I believe is the mastery that allows him to respawn where he began the jump if he gets banished.
Oh no.
Oh, Peach! Prepping the throw, and does manage to get it in.
Nicely done. I find it harder to catch the orb with the savages because they always jump in a very forward motion.
Well, I heard there's this new technique. Oh, and I think you just did it! Oh god! The witchcraft is back. The witchcraft is back, confirmed.
Burns just as true. No.
Phaler, what have you done? You've opened this world to a new foul breed of sorcery and witchcraft.
Your exiles.
RITE NITE will never be the same.
Can't jump over that.
And Peach has taken a slim lead here, although, just as I say that, Anj goes and ties it up. So this is a very close match between these two. With, of course, very similar teams. Only difference being potentially slight changes the masteries that they took, although even then, they all took 3 masteries on the left side, so for the most part, it is very similar. I suppose slightly different talismans, but even those, they both took 2 of the same ones. Now, of course, Peach is just 1 score away, 1 full score away from finishing it, and she might do it right here. Indeed.
Nicely done.
Well played.
Their adversaries confidently thwarted.
GG.
Thus end this night's
Gareth third wheeling in the middle of it all as well. It's more of a photo bomb there. It goes beyond third wheeling. The third wheel comment, gotcha. It was well done. Well done.
Alright, so what's next?
What is next? Okay, so we, at one point in time, were thinking that Radio Medic had potentially done 2 exile requests, but it seems as though that was not actually the case. He more so just replaced what was originally a worm request with a savage request, and obviously we just did the savage request. So I don't think we have anything queued at the moment, so let us know, chat, if there's anything you want to see for this upcoming rite. Because I think, at the moment, we're looking at a simple, straightforward default rite. Unless you specify otherwise. Oh, one other thing that's maybe a little bit of an aside, but I did a little bit of SAP testing before we started the RITE NITE today, and I confirmed that the total number of SAPs cannot exceed 4. So
okay,
that's,
but it doesn't matter.
yeah,
where they
so
are.
we basically confirmed that last week, or we seemed to more or less come to that conclusion last week, but I did a test earlier today and found that if you did 3 saps on one team and 2 saps on the other, then it did break the game. So you can do 3 saps on one and 1 sap on the other team. That is possible, as we tested out last week, but that is sort of the limit. And you can of course do 2 saps on each team, but that's nothing special.
Right.
Yeah, so a whole team of saps is possible, and you can still have 1 sap on the other team. I believe that still worked. That is an option. Okay, Cool Guy has requested legendary talismans only. And you cannot have anyone who does not have a legendary talisman. So that means that by extension, you will only be able to have 1 character from each class. Can't double up or triple up. Okay, so we have that one. Anything else we want to see? That kinda, is a mix of talisman and exile as well, a little bit indirectly, but has an implication for who you can and cannot take for the exiles. So we could just go with that. But I'll give you a minute in case you have other things that you guys want to request. Which again, for those of you who may be new to RITE NITE, basically the way you do that is if you see the red circle with the white L below chat, if you click on that button, you will see an assortment of options that you can choose between to request things like which talismans you want us to use, which masteries, which exiles, which songs, arenas, all those things. So that's how those people are officially turning in those requests.
It's the lid store.
It is. Alright, but it seems as though Baylor is considering something. It seems as though he might be on the fence, or maybe perchance holding off for the next rite before he makes this request. So, barring a last-minute request here, I think we'll hop in with just Cool Guy Syndrome's request. So let's do that. So again, to repeat, that request is legendary talismans only, and you must have each character... Oh, is this the boat? It is the boat! It's randomly the boat. But, so, legendary talismans only, and that means that you are not allowed to use any characters that do not have a legendary talisman, so that will limit you to 1 of each class. Oh, did Cool Guy request something earlier and then this changed it? Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, just in the past we had done some stuff to allow people to do duplicate exiles, or duplicate exile classes, but not this time. Yeah, it does spice things up a little bit. That's cool. Requires that players be a little more creative. Can't just rely on their usual teams. This is on thinking about using the exile that no one knows how to pronounce. We have not started that debate yet today, but I'm sure it will happen at some point.
It's Fred.
Oh, obviously.
It may be. Honestly, it may be. It says Sassy Anna. That's the end of it, according to him.
Apparently, a popular interpretation is Zaxiana.
I think that's what I would guess. First X is basically like a Z. And then the second one is a little more X-like, or maybe sort of like almost an S. Just ask Greg. Maybe he'll let you know.
Yeah, get him in here.
Yeah. That'd be awesome.
Morgan's in the server. He's never on Discord.
You're avoiding us.
I think Morgan's alt account is in the server, as far as I can tell.
Okay.
He has 2.
A work Discord and a personal Discord.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you imagine?
His personal Discord is the same as his team name, and then his work Discord is like superficial Morgan SG.
I mean, like, you got a personal email, you got a work email, that's normal, but...
Discord, though? Yeah. I mean, I suppose. You work in the gaming industry.
Can you imagine having your special company-owned work Animal Crossing account? It's like, what do you...
These are the questions that keep us up at night.
When your
These are the
boss,
questions.
when your boss asks you to come in on Saturday to do something for him in Animal Crossing.
Yeah. My work, Nintendo Switch.
Hey, this is the future.
Hang on, can I look
So
at
we have Udmildy and Manly are the two exiles that Peach has taken.
Choose someone.
And we have Fred and I forget who the second one was for On.
Messenger.
One of the words? Lady River, okay. And then Messenger Imp to finish things off. So, a pretty different strategy for both players here. Does appear as though we may end up having a harp on each side, but otherwise, saps and worms certainly don't get much more different than that. Prone for Peach and... I suppose. That makes things a little more unusual. So here we go. And we'll see how that legendary sap talisman does. Those of you who were skeptical of it earlier. There's Lady River. The quick score. Perhaps a little odd to have Lady River scoring against the Pyre Hearts. Granted, she's not a Pyre Heart herself, but she is a woman. Oh! Manly taken down. Mildy putting out her very large aura. But not in time to stop Fred. Manly again here.
Say Fred.
I mean, it's easier to say, not gonna lie. And look at that!
She would...
Peach walks it in with Manly using this legendary talisman. I told you so. It's good!
That was all of them.
Oh, and that is all of them.
Absolution.
Stubborn Flame, though, yeah. That will certainly make it a lot easier for Peach. Having a little bit of extra defense for that reason. Did you see that? Did you see that, too? That was impressive. That was a strong sap player right there. I think we might have a pro sap player on our hands here. Peach just hasn't been telling us about it. Now, bouncing saplings, however, that I did not expect to see. Work headphones and personal headphones. Now that I can kind of get. If you have a pair of headphones that you just end up bringing to work, and a pair of headphones that you have, like, at your house or apartment. Ooh. No more harps! Oh, Manly almost walks it in again. Manly might be Peach's leading scorer in this, right? It's close. Certainly, if Manly scored there. Peach, you didn't have the orb! Pyre on company time has happened once. The company you work for? I mean, for Supergiant, obviously it's happened many times. That, you know, that's a little different. Oh, Manly. Sees an opportunity here. Teleports past the worm and throws it in. Oh, just hanging on with one life on the fire. Manly is just teasing you. She's playing with Baylor whilst at her office. Well done. Well done. Lady River finishes it off. Oh, wow. That was an awfully close right. Well played, both of you.
Good game.
There was some maniacal teleportation going on there.
Yeah, that was some pretty crazy sap work.
Until the stars align.
Well played, both of you.
Boats, am I right?
Must have been the boat.
Makes me want to live on a boat
I never thought I'd
so
be
I
on a
can
boat.
magically teleport.
That would be cool. Or, you know, magically be able to jump 5 times your normal jumping distance. That'd be cool too.
Yeah, that's how it works, right?
Yeah, you know, just put up a basketball hoop on your boat. Suddenly you can slam dunk.
Actually, that would be really cool.
Oh, that is a cool request. I don't think we've seen this one before.
What is it?
Zmei Toso. Welcome as well. The request is for exiles. Only exiles' names who start with vowels.
Oh.
Now, does the stowaway count? I don't remember if there are any vowel options there.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Are they only consonants?
Otherwise, her name would be A.
Obviously, that one's not an option. Is that like an EA?
You got
Probably
Almer.
not.
You got
Orlac.
Almer, Orlek, who else? I don't know. Some of it's gonna be a bit of a surprise, I guess.
We'll have to go in and see.
Yeah. All right. Anything else we want to have for this upcoming raid? That is certainly a cool one.
Milda. That's a
Udmilda? Yeah.
yeah. Is there anyone else?
We'll find out.
Yeah. Might be some of the new people. I don't know. Nothing immediately
Arch
comes.
Justice.
Kinda, sort of, not really. I mean, if he were a playable character, that would be awesome. That would be so cool. And what if he commented as if he was, you know, actually playing in the right? So, you know, he picks up the orb, and he's like, oh, obviously the best player has now picked up the orb. Ignarius too, yeah, that's one for sure.
What if you call him Edwin?
No, that
you-
doesn't count.
You silence the H like you're doing a British accent. Oh, it's Edwin.
Oh, it's Edwin, eh? Okay, last chance, chat. If there's anything else you want to see from a request standpoint, now is your chance to do so. Otherwise, we will just go in with that exile request that remains a little bit of a mystery as to who exactly people can pick. We'll have to double check. But if not, then we'll just give it a shot, and we'll come to a conclusion. That's who, in fact, is allowed. So I feel like, you know, we're probably forgetting someone.
The chastity shall now face the Pyre hearts.
Okay,
Welcome.
so let's do a bit of reconnaissance here.
Who shall
So we got-
conduct the rites?
Repeats, Tizo, Sir Gilman, Hamatha, Volfred. Ignarius, yes. Parker, no. Almer, yes. Orlek, yes. Milda, yes. Any of the new exiles? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
So it is.
that's-
There's only 4 choices?
Orlek, Ignarius, Almer, and Udmilda.
So
Looks
it's
like
mostly
it.
a question of who you don't pick in that case.
There's no other restrictions, right?
No other restrictions. So that's all you got. I'm not surprised to see Anj use Ignarius. Typically his go-to character. As for Peach... Okay, unless we establish that there is in fact some way to get the stowaway to have a vowel as the leading letter.
I don't think so.
Is yay an option?
Well, that's why a vowel.
Y is sometimes a vowel. I mean, in that instance, probably not technically, but if you want to go into the serious gray area, then that's maybe kind of sort of something you could make an argument for.
Wait, I just thought of something about the heart with the impronounceable name.
Mhm.
One of the options for the Moontouched girl is XAE. So
Mhm.
surely AJ narrates this. So then we will know how the letter X is supposed to be pronounced.
Oh, yes.
Probably.
I shall look that up right now, actually. That's smart.
Probably
so then we can
transferable.
keep it in world. We can keep it diegetic.
Diegetic. I like it.
It's a good word.
It's a great word. It's an underused word. Diegetic, for sure.
I find I only use it when I'm going through my aviary.
Pyre. Is that how I said it? I don't even. Everyone teases me,
I'm sorry.
but I invite them to do it, so it's no big deal.
Or you did come up with a cool word, so... You know, we build you up, and then, you know, we gotta balance the scales a little bit, I suppose. Okay, so we have 2 Ignarii. Because yes, that is totally the plural of Ignarius. Thinking Mildy again. I believe Peach also took her, so no Orlek potentially, depending on who Peach chooses to take with last option here. Appears as though she's leaning Palmer.
Alright, I can confirm that the X in Zay is pronounced like a Z. Like a Z.
Z. Okay. Thank you for that reconnaissance.
Oh, whoops.
Whoops.
I was gonna
you
try
just
to pass it
whoops
to
and score?
Yeah, I was gonna try to pass it into Ignarius, but I ended up scoring, so...
Darn it, I scored!
I guess it worked out for me.
Either way, it was beauteous! Oh, Mildy versus Mildy. This also is rather confusing with you all using identical exiles. On occasion, it definitely appears as though you are trying to banish your own characters. You're messing with my head a little bit here. Ignarius, using the salute. He has Brazen Manor active. He can't finish up the move. And Bertrand, or Milda, I should say, throws it in for full damage. It's a lot. Now, granted, if Ignarius can manage to pull off that Brazen Manor and then score, that is a lot of damage he can deal. Did not get the chance to fully charge up that throw, but still dealt 30 damage. Which does mean Anj is close to calling this one a victory. Still certainly time for Peach to make a comeback, though. It's not over yet. Ooh, well blocked, though. Blocked again. Oh, and Ignarius comes back just in time. Vanish. Peach's Ignarius is also back, though. And potentially may... Oh, not quite enough room to score there. Anj's Ignarius makes it through and manages to throw it in for the final score. Well played.
I think I think I did actually get the Brazen Manor, because I think Peach had the Stubborn Flame, which was reducing my damage by 10.
Oh,
'Cause that
okay.
I saw it only charge up to 20. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
How much is it supposed to go to if you are able to get Brazen Manor? That's
40.
plus. Okay, do all the way to 40.
So if I did it and I had the minus 10, then it would have just been 30, which is his normal damage.
Yeah. Whereas if you had the extra defense from Peach, and you did not get Brazen Manor, then you'd go down to 20. Okay, cool. That was an interesting request. I definitely think we have not seen that one before. It's always fun to get the chance to experiment with new stuff. Oh, Peach is taking a quick break. So, as we are doing that, why don't we field any requests from chat, and if it seems as though Peach needs additional time, then we can swap someone else in. But, of course, we may have the opportunity to field some additional requests in the meantime, and just be ready to go as soon as she gets back. So let us know if there's anything you want to see for this one. Obviously, we did all vowel exiles last time. We could follow that up with consonants, but that's certainly far less restrictive than what we had before. Anj? Don't do this to me, man. So what do we want for this one, then? It seems like we have two very evenly matched players here. OG trio for both. That's something that I feel like we actually may not have seen much of that either. So, by that I assume you mean Dodariel, Ruki, and Hedwyn. For whatever reason, it seems like we have not seen much of that, except for maybe the one time where we remade the tutorial Rite. I vaguely remember us doing that, where we did Book of Rites. Oh, except I think we did Sandra on one side, and we did the OG trio on the other, probably.
It was, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, it was Nightwings on one side and Beyonders on the other.
Yeah, so I suppose that's more sort of like the actual first Rite, as opposed to OG versus OG.
What is going on?
I'm just going crazy, is the answer.
Alright.
You just said we got a request for choosing the original trio of the Nightwings.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this.
Oh, true Nightwings. Not normal Nightwings, true Nightwings? Trying to make a statement here?
Obviously, what he really means is the original trio, which is Orisa, Oralek, and Volfred.
If we had Orisa, that'd be great. Probably throw in Tizo instead, in that case.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because you get an Achivo for doing that. In
Oh, do you?
Versus.
I don't even remember that.
Yeah.
We also have a request for no talismans.
Another joins your ranks.
Oh, and thank you, AJ Elder First, for the subscription. Very much appreciated. An achievement for playing as Oralek, Volfred, and Tizo? Apparently.
Yeah, you do.
So.
I'm looking up what it's called, actually. On Steam, it is called Classic Nightwings.
There's your answer then, I suppose.
You gotta win, though.
Oh, yeah.
So,
no pressure.
so do good.
Yeah. Okay, so let me swap over from Chastity to True Nightwings.
My hope is that Peach will also go with the Nightwings because of the exiles that we're picking. That'd be a incidental, right?
Oops, I gave you normal Nightwings. That was wrong. You are supposed to have the True Nightwings. Oh, and Peach, are you back now and ready to go? Also want to go, want to match that by going Nightwings? Okay, so let me swap you to Nightwings on stream as well, in that case. And be sure to follow up with that. Right there, and let me take away Pyre Hearts. Okay. Okay, so we have no talismans. I guess I'll turn that off here. We have OG Trio. Oh, no masteries either. Snuck that one past me. Okay. And I think that'll be it then. So let's give it a shot. Oh, Will of the Scribes, okay. You're a little late there. We'll get it on the next one.
Nightwings shall confront the Nightwings.
It's a little odd having the true Nightwings on the left as player 1 and the normal Nightwings on the right as player 2. Yeah, you got nothing. This is a bit of a recreation, in a way, and it even gave us the Book of Rites randomly of the first Rite year. So it'll be interesting what order you choose to take the exiles in. And it looks like it's gonna be the same order for both of you. So yes, a bit of a recreation here in the Book of Rites. The original trio, no talismans, because you wouldn't have gotten them yet at this point in the game. And no masteries, because you wouldn't have gotten those yet at this point in the game either. Just a matter of, do you prefer the blue Nightwings or the red Nightwings? Did it give us the right song randomly as well? No. Dario was hiding behind that little mini wall there, but was unsuccessful. Headwind takes out Headwind. Rookie blocks Rookie. Gonna be a lot of that, I sense. So Dario just barely misses getting damaged, but then tries leaping onto that orb and also steps into Headwind's aura in the process. Headwind does manage to throw it in for Peach. So Dario is tracking down Headwind, but Headwind turns right around and banishes her for giving it an attempt. Headwind throws, however, Rookie catches. Other Headwind cannot escape. Peach just decides to run it in and plunge into the Pyre with her own. Dario versus Jodario.
My money's on Jodario.
I think you're right. She voids that one. The orb is loose, though. Oh, Jodario avoids Jodario. Rookie, however, does not. Nor does Headwind. However, Jodario cannot take down Jodario, and makes it a Rookie showdown. And Peach, having scored many times here in a row, is starting to create a rather sizable lead here. Let's see if Anj can form a bit of a comeback here. He's been on the back foot quite a bit, playing a lot of defense. Not many opportunities to score. This might be one of those chances, though. He does manage to throw it in with Rookie, keeping Rookie in the process. Will, of course, be helpful both defensively and offensively. Ooh, takes someone out with Jodario. He's thinking of trying to score with her, but instead opts for Rookie and does manage to plunge this time. Now, that does, of course, mean he will lose Rookie. Still working from a deficit, but it is closer now. And Headwind, of course, takes out Headwind, leaving no one left for Anj At least for a while here. However, Peach is not quick enough with Headwind to score. Before Jodario makes it back and catches the orb mid-throw. Now, Orange needs to be careful because Ruki is permanently banished, so that will happen. He will definitely find himself with no exiles remaining if he's not careful, as was the case there. And if Ruki scores, Orange is still okay, but otherwise, it could be game over for him. Next score. So now is the hour. There is Ruki. So the least threatening of Peach's exiles at this point, because he's the only one who is incapable of taking Anj out in one fell swoop. But Anj has the orb now, is planning out his route methodically with Headwind. Does manage to plunge in for 20 damage. Of course, the plunge means he is now down a man. So he will be playing with a disadvantage here at a crucial time. He can get the job done with Ruki here. Not without more stamina, he can't. No one's left. 3 seconds. Jodario back in time to catch it, just barely. Ruki with the counter attack. Going to get the stamina back. Leaps over Jodario, but can't quite make it in. Headwind to the rescue. Headwind throwing. Jodario catching. Ruki running. Might be an angle here. Jodario cuts it off though before Anj can exploit it. Now Peach looking at any opportunities here with Ruki. Throws it. Does not make it in, so Anj will give it a go with Ruki. And does manage to plunge. So starting to catch up a bit here, but is still down one player. Ruki this time. Oh, and creates a bit of an opportunity for himself here. Jodario charging up for a whole 30 damage, and now, suddenly, he is taking the lead. And depending on who might score for Peach, this might be a one-score game for either person. Ruki still being the only person on Peach's end who wouldn't be able to finish it. Not to say that that isn't still valuable if she can manage to score with him. Now, they are truly, from a scoring standpoint, in what is functionally the same place. Granted, now, having plunged, Peach is down one character. And Ruki does make it in for Anj. So he completes the comeback.
Good game. I quickly discovered that I am not as good at this game when I don't have masteries or talismans.
It's tough. You get so used to it.
It's complete.
It's funny because you learn the game without.
Until the next right.
And then suddenly you get thrown back in, as if it was day one all over again. You're like, what? I started without being able to triple jump on my curse?
Yeah, or double dash with the demons.
What is this nonsense?
Alright.
Swapping back to the usual stuff?
Taylor's convinced that's the closest match we've ever had.
I don't know.
4 to... was it 5 to 3 at the end?
That's pretty close.
That was really close, but I feel like we might have had some that involved rekindlings. We've had some really close ones. I don't know.
Fair enough. I mean, I've never seen 1 HP versus 1 HP.
Yeah. When that ends up happening, then we'll be sure. Oh, okay, we have another request here.
Hi, Peach. Hola, no, I meant Pyre health.
Peach, do you want to be the Pie Hearts again? Harry Potter? Yes, please. Okay. So we have a couple of requests here, one of which is also something that I don't think we've seen yet. One moment while I swap out your sigils as well. Bring it back to who you were before. So Chastity for Anj, and Fire Hearts for each. Also just turn off Nightwings and True Nightwings. Okay, so the requests, however.
If the rights are wizard basketball with reading, then Quidditch is
Yeah?
wizard. What?
Baseball.
Baseball?
I don't know. Soccer.
Soccer? Football? It is a contact sport. I think it might actually be football. I don't know.
The only thing that matters though is the snitch. So
Yeah?
Right.
That does make it tough to compare. But anyways, we have some cool requests here. So, first and foremost, one player picks exiles from A to Z alphabetically. The other does Z to A.
Oh, okay. So the order that we pick them in has to be alphabetical. That's what they're saying.
Yes, one person starts at the beginning of the alphabet and goes in the normal direction. The other person is going backwards through the alphabet, starting from Z. So, just to clarify, does it matter who does which? Is like player 1 starting from A and player 2 starting from Z, or the other way around, or does it not matter? And we also have a request from Aqua for talismans, where he says, you must have 2 characters who use the rings, and they must be 2 characters that don't like each other.
Oh.
Is
All
that
right.
We might need to
compatible
have
with the-
Aqua clarify or determine definitively what counts as characters that do not like each other, in case there are any.
Lendl likes nobody.
Yes, like Lendl is definitely a safe choice. Orlac is probably a safe choice.
Oh, for
Other than that, it maybe gets a little bit iffier.
You get bonus points for giving one to Lendl and one to Tizo.
Two characters that actively dislike each other is what Aqua says. And on the alphabetical stuff, the verdict is that it doesn't matter who does which. You can pick whichever
Okay,
one.
as long as one of us does one and one of us does the other.
Yeah.
All right. I guess I'll go Z to A then, because I feel like that'll be harder to realize in my head. And I guess I have to decide which exiles I'm picking, so as not to mess it up.
Well, which characters actively dislike each other? We got Tizo and Lendl. I guess Pam and Tam?
Yeah. Or Jody and Pam.
Okay.
I guess that would be.
Jody and Pam is a good one.
So Peach, the way this is going to work is basically that Anj is going to pick the 3 characters with the names that start the latest on in the alphabet. So Phaler has basically done the alphabet for us, which is the difficult part. So for Anj, it will be Saxiana, Bolfred, and Borfrit. Whereas for you, you will have the 3 characters with the names earliest in the alphabet. So for you, it will be Almer, Barker, and Bertrude.
Does all of this coincide with the whole ring request, or should we save the ring thing the next round?
Now Aqua is looking at this and saying, this might not work with my request. Aqua says save the ring request for the next one, because it's not
Okay,
going to
cool.
work so well for this. Okay. Alright, so we'll focus on just the exile request in that case. If there's anything else that anyone wants to see that is something that works in tandem with that, then we can do that as well. But as Aqua was saying, some things might be a little difficult to combine, so in that case we can hold off and save those for the next rite. We did have a Will of the Scribes, however, that we did not quite squeeze in the last one. Almus is our true hero. Okay, but I don't think I see any other requests, so let's stick with just that one. In that case.
be nice if we could just have a list.
Oh, and we're back on the boat.
Okay. So first is
Saxiana, Wolfred, and Vorfrit for you.
and it doesn't matter talismans or masteries this time.
Correct, because we are waiting on the talisman's request until the next rite. So you're
Okay.
free to take whatever you would like on the other stuff.
What would Cam do with this?
Unless, now the tricky part is the stowaway. How do you treat the stowaway? That is true.
I suppose currently your name is Tay. We could just go by that.
Go by Tay? Okay. If you counted her as Zay, then obviously she would be the latest in the alphabet, yes. But I feel like either you could assume that her name is Tay because that's what it is here, or you could kind of like average it out and say, well, she has, you know, like 26, or not 26, but almost 26 different names, and it averages out to, you know, roughly M or N or something in that general area. So
Her name is the code is May, isn't it? So that actually works.
yeah, that is true.
That's correct. Yeah, in the code, she's referred to as May or Psycho.
That's harsh, though.
But I am curious, like statistically, what do people pick?
Yeah, have they ever noticed any statistics on what the total number of players are who have picked the various combinations?
It would have to be individual players reporting this information.
So
The
it'd be
game
tough.
doesn't have any networking capabilities, yeah. So, or at least not networking capabilities that.
Baylor says if she was Bay,
Like,
if she was Bay, she'd be at the beginning of the alphabet, which would put her with Almer.
Almer and his Bay. I love it.
It would work. It would work. Yeah, so Barker for Peach will be followed by
a couple
Bertrude.
more characters who do not like each other.
Okay.
But I'll save that for the next right.
Okay.
Okay, then I need Wolfred.
I feel like the campaign certainly gives you a fair share of options there. I mean, almost everyone you go up against has a pair of people who don't like each other, at least.
I've got an idea. This isn't a good one, but I'm gonna do it.
Alright. We'll see what happens.
Ideas are good.
Not this one.
We'll see. Maybe it'll be a surprise. Miraculously, it will work out. Homer Bay and their puppy Barker. Dress a peek out. Right, he's not a pet. Here we go. Beginning of the alphabet. On the right side is Peach as player 2 and Pyre Hearts. End of the alphabet is player 1 on the left side. Ange as the Chastity. He's building a wall in front of the Pyre. Oh man.
Oh.
Banishes the entire team. Now, Ange did take the ability that prevents Peach from using any skills when the entire team is banished, but didn't stop her from still scoring. And it wouldn't be a boat ride without a little bit of boat magic. Oh, look at the timing on that cast.
Such wherewithal. The Pyre Heart's adversary
Oh my goodness! Barker! I think we've certainly found some of the flying curs. They've returned. That's a long cast as well. Palmer throws it in. I believe that. Yeah.
Death will not let this go beyond its
Oh, like that. It's basically flying right there, right? Pretty sure he would have stepped directly on an aura, but instead, Barker was like, "No, I'll just extend my cur wings." Sexiana
Oh, I missed it.
goes past the Pyre, but there it is. Oh, a salute with Barker, it seemed, for a minute there. How utterly brazen.
Ah.
Oh, leaps into the other crone. Somehow missed the Pyre there, I'm not sure how. It seems like he jumped past it. Oh, and the Savage Throw does make it. Wasn't sure if that was going to go far enough, but it did. And that does mean the peak is rather close now. Just one score away. He pulled off a victory now. That would have probably leveled the score there. Had Orange managed to score, or at least come very close to leveling the score. And look at that jump as well. That would have ended things. Barker. Oh, but there's some rekindling. Not that simple. Orange has one more chance. There it is.
The Pyre Heart prevails. A rite conducted with aplomb.
Nomads and curs are the only ones that don't have a salute mastery. Interesting. Yeah, I think if the curs did have one, it would be to sprout wings.
Until the next round.
Barker
Is there
just
like a
shouted.
mythical creature in history that's like a dog with wings?
Chimera is possibly that part dog. Hold on. 1 second while I Google Chimera. No, that's lion, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's some kind of
Yeah.
four-legged animal, but it's a lion, not a dog. Griffin is also similar, but not a dog.
There's a few still images from All Dogs Go to Heaven.
Yeah?
But no, that's not, Pegasus or...
Yeah, there are a lot of other flying animals, but for whatever reason, not a lot of flying dogs.
I don't have a winged dog, but I could offer you a dog with 3 heads.
Yeah, that much. That much I can offer.
Alright.
Chimera both isn't a dog and doesn't have wings. My bad. I think I was mixing up chimeras and griffins a little bit.
Yeah. Perhaps.
Okay, so for this one, we'll have the... Oh, I did not mean to do that. Hold on. We'll go back for a second here. I meant to switch the song, not press the commence button. What I was going to say was that we will have... Hold on. There we go. We will have the talismans for the rings with 2 people who do not like each other, who actively dislike each other. According to Aqua, that is the request. And for skills, we have 2 from the left and 2 from the right, is also another request. Dirty Deal for the song. That can, of course, be arranged.
was I gonna say? Oh, I had identified Sir Deluge and Sir Gilman do not like each other, so that's an option.
Yeah, I think most of the Nightwings versus the applicable group, that, or this is a terrible way of explaining it, like the Nightwing Nomad member versus the Nomad specific triumvirate. I mean, that's maybe not a great example, but like generally speaking, the Kerr Nightwing versus whoever the leader of the Kerr triumvirate is. Obviously, Rookie and Parker. That definitely counts.
All right.
That type of thing.
Yeah.
So Gilman,
Yeah, I see what
Deluge.
you're saying.
Something a mythical dog creature with wings.
Can I?
I put
It's
it
in Discord.
I'm not surprised that he has found a way to unearth that.
Can I still pick Rookie and Barker if I secretly ship them?
I suppose so. I don't know. Aqua makes the final say, the final call, if in fact it is something that is potentially questionable. Alright, and that does seem like that'll be it
your
for this
Aqua
one.
going back up to his room.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Possibly. Alright, well, I think we should have time to get this one going, and we'll see if Aqua confirms one way or the other. He says, "My God, I'm trying to eat. And you keep calling me back up." I'm sorry, Aqua. We're doing your talisman request now. That is all. And Ond was asking if he is allowed to do Barker and Rookie, even if he ships them. That was the specific question.
I believe this is what you're looking for.
Simmargle.
Oh, okay, Anj. So Aqua says, yes, use Rookie and Barker.
Okay.
It's a bad ship anyway.
All right.
Harsh. Quite harsh.
It is the good sheep.
Alright. But, anyways, let's go.
I think Hulkavorus is a bad ship.
Ooh.
Be surprised.
The chastity
I've seen
shall take on the firehearts.
So, for this one, you can pick whoever you'd like to pick. However, you have to have at least two people who do not like each other. And you have to give those people the ring talismans.
Do Jadario and Ignarius count as not liking each other?
That's a
Well, for the
bit of a tough one.
Even their good ending is not. Well, yeah, Peach, Lendl, and Tizo would absolutely count. They.
What does Aqua say about Ignarius and Jadario?
My guess is he probably just went back downstairs to eat. And that he will be furious at us.
Well, she definitely does not like being called curly horns.
Aqua says he's not judging that one. Let the crowd judge you for
Okay.
Ignarius and that one definitely. No
So
question
what-
there.
Jadario and okay. You know what? I'll go with that instead. Just so there's
Oh,
no
I
confusion.
thought I think Radio Medic said Tamitha and Pamitha, which I was saying definitely yes, but
Okay.
Jodariel and Pamitha, that probably counts.
Do we think that Jadario and Pamitha counts? Crowd?
What do we think?
Judges.
Jodariel and Pamitha, do they
I think
actively dislike each other enough for that to count?
I think so because it's like a major plot point, right? Like you can't even. They literally are not even playable together in the campaign for a significant part of the game. So I would say it counts.
Okay. They do live together, though. And, 2 masteries on each side was one of the requests
yeah.
as well. So you will do that from a mastery standpoint, and the talismans The only thing is you have to use those rings for the people who dislike each other. But there's definitely someone you can find who doesn't like Jodariel, so I think it's pretty safe to start there. And it seems, based on what Peach is doing here, that probably going for Tizo plus Lendl, based on how she was saying that was a potential option in chat, which certainly would work. And again, 2 masteries on each side.
Okay, so I think that Pamitha would be good. What does the crowd think? Did we all say that that would be a valid choice? Or should I look for something else?
Jodariel plus Pamitha, is that a combination that people think are 2 exiles that do not like each other, and therefore Anj is allowed to pair them together here?
I'm convinced so.
Okay.
We have a few people saying yes, another person saying Tamitha would be potentially even safer.
I mean, they don't really interact, but I guess it would make sense that they would actively hate each other.
Well, she can't stand any hearts, really.
Right, of course. I suppose I'll go with this thing.
Okay. I think
it's safe enough. They interact at some point in the game when they don't like each other, so that counts.
Yeah, so you have the clear. Okay, so ship number 1 is Jodariel plus Tamitha. Ship number 2 is Lendl plus Tizo. And I was looking at the top left corner of the screen, and I saw the little pink flurries from Anj's Pyre, and I was just looking there right as Peach put the talisman there, so it was like this dramatic little pink flare right when the ship was confirmed. It was fitting. Oh, Peach, you needed to do 2 on each side though. Oops, I mispressed. We could restart. We can do that if you guys. Now, I think the main question was just establishing who is allowed to be paired up with who. Now that we've done that, we can hopefully just reset that fairly quickly.
Yep.
Does mean we'll get a new random arena. Possibly, although the last time I said that, the game gave us the same arena twice in a row.
The game will always contradict you no matter what you say.
It'll find a way.
I don't know. Well, this is less ideal for my strategy, but I'll do it anyway.
I think this is the first time we've had this one, though, today. Okay, so it seems, at least from first glance here, that we're not getting any last-minute changes of strategy. Okay, we'll use the same approach. Still, Jodariel plus Tamitha, ship number 1. Ship number 2. Confirm. Lendl plus Tizo. Unfortunately, this time you can't see Anj's little pink pyre burning in the top left corner, so you don't get that extra little flare.
Okay, the third one doesn't really matter, I guess, right?
Yeah, so the third one should be whoever you'd like at this point.
Oh, okay. You know, I hadn't realized that. I hadn't thought about that. I can do whatever I want. What do I want, though?
Zmace Toso. I'm probably still not getting your name quite correct here, but thank you very much for stopping by, and thanks for some pretty awesome recommendations.
What was that?
I think that was Radio. I think that was Radio Medic, but I'm not sure.
Well.
Time for a makeover.
There we go.
Right, adding some little bit of style in there. Again with the third wheeling for Gary. Is becoming a bit of a thing, it seems.
Sure. I know.
So remember, go on each side, yep. Zexiana, and using the legendary talisman, perhaps? Why not? Here we go! So, infinite stamina for Jodariel, making her a lot faster than she usually is, being able to just dash left, right, and center. And Tizo, infinite stamina as well, so he can just fly to his heart's content. So this will be interesting to see how this plays out then.
The only customers I'm getting now are Travis Scott's.
Huh?
What are you talking about? You said the only customers you're getting. Are you playing like some weird Walmart retail simulator?
Alright, and Anj with a few quick scores here. With Jodariel, in particular, making it for a lot of quick damage against Peach here.
Is my mic unmuted?
No.
Oh, hey.
Hi. No, your mic has not been muted. We've been hearing all this random nonsense you've been saying.
Correct.
Alright, I forgot to mute my mic again.
Cool.
Now you two are taking turns running into the fire. Lava, technically, but you know what I mean. Oh, using some last-minute S-jump strategies. I believe that was necessary to make it so that Gare did not end up in the lava, and instead ended up in the pyre.
Just S jump over the lava.
Thus end this
Around
night's
lava.
proceedings.
That's what the practice was for all along.
Until the stars align.
Alright. Well played, both of you. And I think at this point, so we've had you two in here for a little while now, and I'm wondering if it might be a good time to try to get someone else in who has not yet played today. I've not been eyeing Discord terribly closely, but I know that I've heard at least some people who have not yet had the chance to participate, at least directly in the rites. So, are any of those people looking to get in on the action? Perhaps?
Thank you, Peach. It was a lot of fun playing with you too. I just barely opened Twitch again, so I opened it just in time to see your message.
Yeah, you two are really evenly matched. As Phaler was saying earlier, might have been our closest match that we've had thus far earlier today. And it's true. You can join the RITE Club if you are interested in participating, and you don't even need to own the game. The guy who was just playing didn't, I mean, he may own it now, I don't know, but at least for a long time, did not own the game. Artful Peach seems to be requesting an Aqua appearance. Has he finished eating food? Or are we still having him run back and forth between the kitchen and wherever his computer is? I don't know. Otherwise, let's see, other people who have been hanging out here. Cool Guy, I don't think you've had the chance to play yet today. Are you interested in getting in? Could potentially loop you in as well.
Maybe I'll join in a little later, because I have to go, like, in 10 minutes.
Okay, no worries. No worries, so... I know we had some people asking for Aqua, and I'm not sure if he's still here or not. He obviously has not yet played today, so that would be cool to get him in as well. At some point, at least. I have not played yet today, so I could jump in if we're looking for someone else as well. Or There are others in chat. We're interested.
I'm still here if we need to find people.
Okay. So let's see. So the first round of people was Dress Up, Geek Out, and Failer, right? It was you two who went first.
That's right.
Okay. So yeah. So if we were to start to double back on people who we've had play already today, then theoretically those two should top the list.
But maybe not specifically those two, because we've already seen that matchup.
Yeah, maybe not together per se, but
Yeah.
one, stagger them basically. And Dress Up Geek Out is offering, so perhaps this is a good time to get her in, or back in. And sure, why not in that case? If you are available right now, I will send you an invite right now. And do we still have anyone in from the previous round? Are Peach and Anj both no longer in here?
Yeah, I already left.
Okay. Peach is making some requests. 3 masteries only. One from the bottom of a tree included. Left triumvirate only picks the left side. Right triumvirate picks the right side. Okay.
You have to make it to the bottom of the tree.
Yeah. Okay. I get
On your
okay,
side.
Yeah. Okay, so let's reduce it to 3 masteries. We at the very least have that. Let us know if there's anything else you guys want to see. And as for who ought to go up against Dress Up Geek Out, we could bring Anj back in, or Peach back in, technically speaking. According to the rules that we established several weeks ago, after Peach created that request, she should not be able to participate in this upcoming rite, because that would mean that she might potentially be rigging things in her own favor. So I could go in. As I was saying before, at some point we might want to get Failer back in, but we might want to try to stagger Dress Up Geek Out and Failer so that it's not the same matchup that we had before. So Anj, if you'd like to come back in, you could. Otherwise, I can step in here.
I mean, Failer's a worthy adversary.
Yeah, but that's old news.
Me as well.
Been there, seen that. So I think
You could hop in if you like.
I think in that case, what we should do here is have either Dress Up Geek Out go against me or Failer go against me, and then maybe once Cool Guy is back or maybe Aqua is available, then we can shuffle around a little bit more. Or whoever else might show up and be available later on. So we can get some more matchups. So, Dress Up Geek Out, you are in here now. So, if you are willing and able, then I suppose we could go you against me here. If that's all right. Okay. So let me. I think I would ideally use my controller. So let me plug that in 1 sec. And you should be player 2 here, since player 2 is currently on the controller. So if you just did a quick like LB, RB, or whatever it is, then you should be. Or is it T? I don't remember, but you should be player 2.
Yeah, I think so. Is your controller plugged in yet?
I'm struggling at the moment. This should not be this difficult. There we go. After 5 minutes later, Lids has successfully plugged in the controller. Well done.
I'll wait.
Alright. So I am in on the controller now. Let me attempt to swap us over. Controller is not currently doing anything though.
Oh no, I might be player 1.
Feel like you might be. Yeah, I'm definitely player 2 here. So this is me going B and RB.
LB.
So let's see. Is there an established way to swap that around if we want to have you on player 1 and you want to have me on player 1, you on player 2? I don't know. We should be fine. Unless someone specifically is requesting Titan Stars on me, then we'll want to swap things around, but otherwise, for the time being, we will be okay. So, let me throw in our names and our sigils in the correct places. Oh, actually, conveniently, I'm taking Peach's spot on the Pyre Hearts, so that works well. But if there are any other requests that you guys want to see for this rite, now that you know who's participating, then let us know. In the meantime, I will set that other stuff up.
Okay.
I'm just like, oh, right. Now that I do know, let me make life difficult for ladies.
Oh, I will later, but for now.
Let me ease into things a little bit first.
Right. So do you both understand this request that Peach has made?
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay.
The I am limited
Dress up
only
geek.
to
Oops.
masteries on the left side.
I
This is limited only to masteries on the right side.
press a
And we
peek
only
out.
get 3, and we have to make it to the bottom of the tree. Yes?
Yeah, I may have accidentally cut off the last word of your name for a second there. Just to dress up geek for a second.
Dress up geek.
There we go. Aqua says that he has eaten, so theoretically he may now be available. Also, my controller's just... Despite... I think it does still work, even if I can't move around on this menu right now. I think it will still ultimately end up working.
Player 2 can't do that normally.
Yeah, okay. So in that case, we should still be fine. Let's get going here. And Aqua, be on the lookout, because we might be looking to get you in quite soon.
So be prepared.
Indeed.
Imp Stadium.
Oh, yeah, it sounds like it. Certainly looks like it as well. Okay. Oh, I forgot to change you from the Chastity to the Beyonders. I can do that in a second, but anyways. So you can pick whoever you want to be.
Right.
But you have to take the masteries on the left side. Now, does that include your second mastery? You have to take the leftmost option there as well? Like, can you take Webbed Feet, or do you have to take Trader's Flight? That's the one thing I'm not sure about.
I believe that's the
only
only
ladder.
I think that's the only element of choice that you get, is that you get the left tree and you have to have the top and the bottom, but then you can choose which one's the middle, is what I would think.
Peach, can you confirm one way or the other? For the middle row, are we allowed to choose whichever one we want? Or do we still have to take the one that's on the left side for player 1 and on the right side for player 2?
It says middle row is free pick.
Oh, wait, no. Maybe not. I mean, you did take the leftmost side anyway. So you're probably safe either way.
Left side picks left skill. Okay.
Okay, so right side picks right skill for me. I am fine on the controller. We are definitely good. Okay, so I need to think about... I feel like most characters that I typically use, I prefer the left side of the tree. So that means I might need to swap things around a little bit here. Savages on the right side. That's... Aura cast faster. Teleport with the salute. Sprint and jump without using stamina while you have the orb. It's decent, but it's definitely different. I feel like it might actually be half a decent move to go with Crones? Dare I say?
Yeah. Those are typically the ones that I pick with Crones anyway.
Yeah, I feel like that might be one of the few classes where I would actually prefer to have everything all the way to the right. I'm gonna use a Beyonder against you. Okay. And... I don't know which talisman I want to go with. Suppose, maybe, Fire Beads? Now I wish I was player 1. I want the left side of the trade. You get all the speed. So, what else? What's the right side on imps? This is foreign territory for me. Moon sign. Howler. Improved moon sign. Not really feeling it.
Moon sign 2, the moon signing.
Yeah. Lots of rekindling if I go saps. That might be kind of okay. What is demons? Cover all stamina advantage. Additional life on the Pyre. Longer time to return. Oh, you know what? There's an obvious answer. Definitely nomads. Nomad right side is very good. Yeah. Yeah, this should have been the obvious answer. And let's do this. Can you double dip on the nomads using those skills? Can you make your allies regenerate stamina even faster by having 2 with the same skill?
Maybe. I don't think anyone's
As
ever
far as I
investigated
know,
this.
no, but I'm not sure.
I suppose a way to sort of test it, but not very scientifically, would be to have like one team be 3 nomads that all have that skill and have the other one just be a regular team and see if there's a noticeable difference in stamina recovery.
Yeah, have the other team have 1 nomad with that skill activated and see if there's a difference
Oh, yeah.
between the 2.
I'm also curious if the talisman that increases the triumvirate stamina regeneration by 40%, if that is also effective, if that stacks with it or not.
Yeah, I assumed that it did, but I may be wrong. What do I want to have? I'm gonna take the legendary talisman, because the legendary talisman is good for saps. I don't care what you guys say. How to make it work? Peach made it look pretty good. Ooh, that was lucky. Ooh, took web land. Good idea. It's very strong.
Each saying "woo, high five Vids," hashtag. I don't know what that means exactly, but I'm guessing it's something that you two are in the know about, and I don't know because I'm not.
Loose Glorian, of course. Or what am I doing? Loose Glorian fan club. Are you not a part?
Oh, I see. Okay. I get that.
I see that. Oh, except that's gonna be an issue though.
Score doesn't leak out.
There we go. Let's even this up a little bit.
Lid's leading with the crone, almost as though using the crone the same way as many would use a curve. Very interesting.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, my strategy is not going to change very much. Even if I have different exiles, which is, you know, usually something that doesn't work out so well for me. Oh, I missed. Pretty sure I missed. Oh. Oh, that was me that got that banishment? Oh, that was you.
I have to admit, the very similar colors.
Yeah, I did kind of pick all the Beyonders, and also our triumvirate colors are green and cyan. Because, you know, maybe not great. So I'm the slightly more blue of the greens.
Yeah.
Aggressive Geek Out is the slightly more yellow of the greens.
That did not do what I wanted.
Oh! Oh, headwind! Rip headwind.
Damn it.
Okay, we're gonna make it happen. We're gonna make it happen, chat. Just wait. Just wait. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. No, I missed. I take it back. Attempt number 2. No, I went too far. Wow, that is far.
Peach is the only one that possesses the power to score with saps.
It's true. It's going to happen, though. Nope, no, leave him alone! What did Palmas ever do to you? I definitely wasn't about to pass it to him as soon as he moved away.
Merciless killing of a defenseless Palmas.
Come on.
Well, Lids is very determined to attempt to score.
No! Palmas! Come back! No, Palmas! Bring him back! Didn't get him back in time for for defense.
Put up a hell of a fight, though.
It's gonna work.
He has to prove himself. He has to prove that he can use saps.
You with your curve jumps. It will happen. Just you wait. Oh, I almost dashed into that. Oh, I did dash into that one. Sure. Oh, nope, no, no, none of that, none of that. Find me. Don't mind me! No, that was the chance! That could have been it! It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. If this imp doesn't get in my way, that is. Nope! Move, Jordariel! Hey, catch me! I'm too fast! Oh, no!
He's just saying if it doesn't happen, Lids has to do karaoke. What do you think, Lids? Are you confident enough in your ability that you're gonna risk having to do karaoke?
It's gonna happen. It's just gonna happen. It's a fact.
Are you sure about that?
Gonna
Are you willing to do karaoke if you end up being wrong? Are you willing to?
I mean, it just kind of happened last time. We had an applicable thing we were looking to do. Running out of time, though. We are running out of time very quickly.
Potentially only one score away.
Yeah.
For both teams. So you gotta make this happen.
Leave Palmas alone.
Or else very
What did he ever do to you? Uh-oh. We are in trouble here. Nope, 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 nope. Ah! Rekindling! Haha!
That's
The sap hope lives on!
Liz gets even more tries to score with Palmas.
Oh, yes! He's done it!
Liz proved that he could do it. He proved victorious.
Oh, we get a sat speech.
That is, if Palmas has anything to say, but Palmas is a very stoic type.
I am grass.
I told you! Saps, totally. Best class in the game. Bar none. Best talisman. Easiest to score with, without question.
Of course. Lids has always thought this. He has never strayed from this path.
No, it's not like I always pick the fastest hitting talisman and would deliberately avoid demons or saps or anyone with any quickness less than 20.
That was a massive rekindling, though.
That was pretty well. I had to. I just had to use the right side.
Rekindling always captures me by surprise.
Want to increase each player's Pyre life to 200. We have not ever done that before. I can say that
Do it.
definitively. Give it a shot. And Peach is taking the hint here. Demons. Uh-oh. Okay, and to clarify, Orlek counts or doesn't
Yes. Or like counts.
count? All demons.
All demons.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else we want to see for this right? Oh, and I forgot to. I said I was going to switch you from Cassidy to the Beyonders, and I didn't do that, so I'll do that now.
Oh, well, how can I trust you?
It was actually my secret strategy. It's how I won. I was channeling the sap strength from the chastity. It was what gave me the victory there.
Now that's some actual sorcery.
Radio Medic Redeem, turn on the sermon intro. Okay.
Okay, servant intro, that can happen. And then Anj, you just made a bunch of requests there.
Yeah.
All
I mean,
right
this
tree
mysterious
skills.
person-
All the ones that I hate.
This mysterious person, Cat Cabbage, made all these requests. All demons, all right tree skills, must have the talisman that increases power life, and the talisman that does rekindling.
Oh my god. The never ending, right?
And then Heartful Peach Redeem, choose the song Temper's theme, which is, of course, Rage of Demons.
Fitting. Fitting. Look, we may have never gotten that request before. Lots of things that are new this week. Okay, is there anything else we have a exile request? We have a mastery request. Do we have a talisman request?
Yes, we do.
Oh right, yep, the one for life restoring things, for extra life things. So I think that's just about everything in that case. We even have 200 life on our pyres, so we'll see what happens. Break out the popcorn, because we may be here for a while.
I'm still convinced this will be not as. Oh, and it's the biggest amount.
Apollo Solia.
Wow, perfect.
I'm still convinced this will not be as long as that record-breaking long
Yes.
one. What was that? 45 minutes or whatever.
The fabled quarterback Manley versus Speedy Bullfred.
Yeah, yeah.
Sap
We did-
gives the whole teams.
We did compute how long that was.
Well, 45 minutes.
It was on that scale. Okay,
Something like that,
so-
yeah.
So only demons and which talismans?
There's two talismans you need to have. The one that increases your pyre's life and the one that does rekindling. And then the skills that you pick must be all the right tree.
I also like
Okay.
just how long it took for it to load or do the animation for our pyres going up to full life. It's like, okay, it's at 100, 110, 120, 100. How much life did you put on?
Which talismans are those?
Top
On
left,
the
I
left.
think, is one of them.
Yeah, very top corner left is one of them, and then the rekindling one is bottom left, one up from the star splinter. Or the whatever it's called.
So there's that, and then for the third talisman, do we need anything, or is it just those two?
Nope, it can be whatever you want.
Okay. Ooh.
Imagine if
Speedy
their talisman
Orlek.
also want to restore the pyre's HP. Actually, there are a couple that do that. To do it.
That was...
You know what? I'm going to include that, actually. The third talisman has to be one that allows you to recover HP when you score. So you wouldn't be able to go with the speedy talisman.
Okay, so,
So like
what?
leech or the one below the leech.
Yes, correct.
So,
So
all the way to
what?
the right, and then the second from the top, and that one that you were also looking at earlier. The flame leech is one option, and the one below that is not grayed out. Those are your two options.
If you pick the flame leech, that's 50% of damage dealt. So for regular demons, that'd be like 15 health each time, or like it would only be 12.5. Whereas
Okay,
the other one is guaranteed 10 every single time.
Okay, so I gotta pick between these three.
Peach, it's
Alright.
happening.
Then it doesn't. Then it doesn't matter who I give it to.
Right side, right side. For even more life. Oh my goodness. This is gonna be a thing, I suppose. I'm gonna go with Orlek first as well, because he is speedier. Now, there's no webbed landthorns or really any other way of getting Orlek to come back when he gets banished, so we probably will end up playing this right one player down on both sides for much of the time.
Yeah.
There we go. Now, as for who makes the most sense from there, go in which order? Well, the answer is, obviously, is Polith. Don't forget about her.
I'm glad that you're giving love to Visible.
And...
Though at the same time,
Does this one work?
if you don't pick Ignarius, I'll be disappointed. If you don't give up Ignarius.
You don't say! Definitely wasn't deliberately taking Vispolith so that I wasn't going to have to use Ignarius. Definitely not. Oh, can we use the Flame Leech as well?
Yeah, that
Okay,
was the third
so just
requirement.
pick between those four?
Yeah.
We actually have 4 options? Okay. So yeah, so I'm going to Dariel. So here I can go either... Oh, sorry, Righteous Flame is what I actually meant to ask about. Could we go Righteous Flame here? Or do I have to use Ashen Cold?
You have to use Ashen Cold because you haven't already used it yet.
Okay.
This is your third talisman. So yeah.
Okay, so here we go. How much life do we have apiece? Over 300?
300.
335. Oh my goodness. This is absurd. This is absurd.
But you all each do lots of damage, so maybe it won't.
I mean,
be
yes, but I'm not sure that's gonna make much of a difference with just how much life we have. I mean, I just scored, and I dealt less than 10% of the total damage. Just think about that for a second. Well, that's not really what I wanted to do, but okay. Did make it in. It is a thick right, that is true.
Wait, so on your stream where Heartful Peach's thing, it comes up thick, but then in the little chat box next to the stream, I'll just see 5 stars. Apparently it censors that. Oh, it's because I had my filter thing turned on, okay.
Well, that's not where I wanted to jump, but okay.
Alright, so far, a strong lead from Vids. I hesitate to say if this will last very long, because
I don't know. I mean, in the grand scheme of things,
to recover some life depending on who they score with.
this is still just a small percentage of our total life. Hello? Is that gonna make it? I don't think that's gonna make it.
Orlek's aim was true.
So we'll see how this plays out here. I'm gonna continue to hide with Orlek. No! I tried to switch the last second to save him. I should have known. That was just an invitation for you to try to take him out. No, Orlek! Oh man. Over 10 seconds before I get anyone back. That is harsh. It's just the nature. Going with all demons here. No, leave Orlek alone. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. He never did anything to you. And while you are attempting to do that, just don't mind me. He is very well hidden. He does not like being disturbed in his corner. Jodariel back in the nick of time. Uh-oh. I'm now outnumbered. It's Paul to the rescue, though. Perhaps. Maybe. Possibly. Ooh. Why, hello there. My little speedster.
Little.
You know, maybe that's the only time anyone has ever used that word to describe him. I mean, compared to the other demons, he's the same size. This is the one occasion when he's actually not obviously the biggest character out there. Once again, I am hand-tied here. Please stay away. There we go. Oh, get some life back. I forgot about that as well. Don't you forget. Not only do we have a lot of life, we have a little bit of rekindling, but it's mostly, yeah. Life getting restored when we do score ourselves.
Each saying that 3 demons vanish equals free shot is definitely true, because that's what happened with Vids earlier.
Yep.
Once they all get vanished, it's more than 10 seconds of time. Could potentially get like a Brazen Manor in there with each score.
Oh, that's true. Do we even have the Brazen Manor skill on the right side of the tree?
No, because you only have the right tree. So you wouldn't actually be able to do that anyway, but, you know, if theoretically we had the circumstances that allowed that to happen, it could be
For
done.
argument's sake.
Trust of Geek Out is now sub 200 life. Now, Lids only needs to score twice as much as normal to finally end this right.
Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Oh, how dare you? Oh,
Or like coming in.
coming in hot.
No.
Oh, hit the leap.
Head bumping with Jodariel.
Oh, and I may or may not have been about to try to do the same thing, but failed miserably. Oh, nope, missed time.
Just a Geek Out with a very strong defensive barrier around their Pyre. Very difficult to penetrate. Only way to get around is by jumping, and of course, easy to defend from a jumpster in that case.
Oh, man! I was like, surely I can wait it out. Maybe she'll get impatient. Nope, nope. Caught me sleeping. Oh, bet you thought I was gonna try to pick up the orb there, didn't you?
Yeah.
The orb sails forth into the flame.
Each demon also has a skill that increases the banishment time for all the other demons, so...
Oh, do we have that one active this time? Is that on the right tree?
Yeah, it is.
So that partially explains why there's such a large window of time. No! Orlek! Somehow he's safe. I don't know how. He's surprisingly extremely elusive. Now let's just wait 35 seconds for him to come back.
So you can score again.
Yep. No! No! Or wait 7 seconds for Vispal to return.
A valid strategy may be to simply ignore the orb until you can banish the whole other team, and then you have pretty much as much time as you want to get it in there.
Yeah. Or like, don't you dare. Like right now, I'm rather concerned about Orlek just snooping around, being a lot faster than Jodariel. very much able to just catch up with her and banish her and make it so that I do not have a full team.
Doing a little back and forth on that bottom avenue.
I was about to jump. Well, that's not my Orlek, that's your Orlek. Hanging out right next to my Pyre. I was like, why can't I switch to Orlek? What the heck?
A deception, a spy.
I genuinely thought that was my Orlek.
Blending in.
For real.
Yes, I was pressing the switch button. However, my Orlek is going to be sitting on the sideline for quite a bit here. Wasn't gonna let it happen that time. Please find enough time for Vispal to get back here, possibly, maybe. That was a risk. I was not sure if that was gonna work.
Trust you guys, this ball did a lot of hopping. Presumably trying to stun Lidz's Jodario. That time.
Oh no! I had an opportunity! The orc said no way. Oh, which one's it gonna be? Not that one. Uh-oh. Can't help but feel a little outnumbered at the moment. However, I see an opportunity here. Oh, let's hoping one might manage the triple banishment. Ooh, that works too, though. Ooh, you nearly blocked that as well.
Now sub 100. Now you only need to score as much.
100. Insane.
If you need that, it doesn't work for versus mode, but if you needed that 200 damage with a given character achievement, then this would be a decent way to get that done. Get it all done in one right.
Each, at the beginning you had 333, so if each one did like 100 damage, you'd be golden.
That's true. Add all the rekindling and healing, and yeah, you could probably get everyone fairly simply. Speaking of which, we are definitely going to get some rekindling, so don't forget about that part. Here, Orlek. Get over here. Oh, okay. That, the tide turned a little bit there. Oh, bad timing. Very bad timing. This ball, save the day! Please fight your time until Jordario comes back. And bring her in on the action. Yeah, might have been able to go 2v1. And that's gonna be a little difficult now, but so be it. I might have just tried to get a little too clever for my own good there. That also just blatantly, obviously, was going to miss. Or like...
Now within one score for Vids.
Yeah, we know there are kindlings coming though, right?
Oh yeah, that's true, never mind. Now within 2 scores of Vids. Potentially. And yeah, Lidz's Flame Leech doing a lot of work. He put that on Orlek, which has been his primary method for scoring. So he's been recovering almost all the life that Joseph Kiko has taken from him.
There it is, the rekindling. Ooh, and that was Orlek went down, meaning that it'll be a little while. It comes back. Uh-oh. I got a little too clever, though. I missed all of you there. Well played. That is an odd way to play.
Are you sure this was actually numerically the worst loss ever? 0 to 273. Screw this.
I suppose so. But like Anj was saying, I think got a lot of that back from some flame leeching. I'm not used to using demons. That felt odd. In addition to just having a huge amount of life on that. Both sides.
I'm used to demons, just demons with other powers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for you more experienced demon players, do you tend to ever go all right side of the tree, or is it usually more on the left? No, definitely more left.
You definitely need the double rush for sure. That helps for mobility so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, not being able
Oh
to do that.
dear. And now we're going for the opposite.
Oh yeah, what's going on?
We have turned the Titan Stars request into a manipulate the amount of life that people are starting with on their pyres, which has meant that Anj has now gone the opposite route and requested that we each have 10 life on our pyres. So basically, whoever scores first wins, unless you do a super small throw. Okay, so that's one request. Do we have anything else to pair that with? So we could, of course, do... I mean, we could actually do Titan Stars if you'd like. We could do the Exiles. We could do Talisman, Skills. All Titan Stars against me. Okay, so that does mean we'll need to switch player 1 and player 2. What is the best way to do that? To go...
If it's all Titan Stars, that means since one of the Titan Stars increases the health, then we won't have the 10-10 matchup anymore.
Right, that is true. And isn't there one that lowers my starting HP in that case? And would I start and lose immediately? Is that how that works?
We'll see what happens.
I am curious. Does it factor that in?
Maybe, because the Titan Star does like minus 30 HP, right? At the
I
beginning
think
of
so.
the right?
Yeah.
So if you go 10, you start with negative 20.
Do I? Am I unbeatable? Does it just bug out the game?
Right,
Or does
No,
it
the
just automatically
talisman
lose?
is only minus 10, but it's still going to be funny to see what happens.
Oh, there's a Talisman and the Titan Stars. Interesting.
I think we need to... How do we make it so that we switch between player 1 and player 2? Because I'm still player 2 at the moment. We need me to be player 1 in order to make sure that the Titan Stars are affecting me rather than affecting dressing
Well,
me out.
actually, I think we could save that for the next one because my request was redeeming Titan Stars, and I said no Titan Stars. So I think that would
that is
mean
true.
this right.
You did actually
would be
say no
that.
Titan Stars. That
And
is
the
correct.
next right would be Aqua's request.
Okay. Alright, so anything we want to pair specifically with the 10 life request.
I am
on chat.
specifically curious what the talisman that decreases your enemy power's life what effect it's gonna have.
Well,
But I suppose I'll leave that up to your choice because I'm not gonna request it. Maybe someone else will.
okay, so yes, we are lowering down to 10 life apiece. And if someone does want to request that talisman that lowers opponent's life on their pyre, and we want to verify as to whether or not that means that you automatically win immediately or lose immediately, depending on who you're talking about, we could check that out. We could put that on both people and see what the game does. The game's like, it's a draw? I wonder what happens.
One very old sort of flavor of bug in games is it'll check only if something's supposed to be decreasing, it'll check only if it reaches 0, but if the game starts with a negative health, it'll never reach 0, therefore the game will never end.
So one person will actually be invulnerable.
It's I'm not saying that's what Pyre does,
but it might.
It's just that this broad category of software bug, it might happen here.
Okay.
Or maybe the game is smart. It'll be all like, you can't do this, go away.
I'm curious. Now I'm imagining Brighton saying like, "You can't do that."
What madness is this? I will not oversee this nonsense.
How utterly brazen!
He does actually say that. Yeah. If you want to do some bug hunting right now, that's fine.
All right. So, chat, if you guys want to request it, we can definitely do it. Otherwise,
this is your opportunity.
This is your
to
opportunity.
lose the computer.
I think at least one of you is going to try anyways. Like, I'd be super weirded out and disappointed if neither of you did that in this.
I suppose. But maybe one of us will also try to get sneaky and also take one of the talismans that increases the life on our pyre.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking that, you could, that each of you could do that. But I mean, there's only 2 talismans that really do that, so the 3rd talisman, it would make sense to have that be the detriment to the enemy's pyre.
I don't know. All right. Either
I'll let
way,
you choose, see what happens.
it seems like we'll give this a shot, and we will see where things go from here.
And it seems like anything that you do about your life aside, if you ended up remaining at 10 health, then it would be whoever scored first. Also, our FOP just redeemed 2 saps for both team. Okay.
Okay. Does it matter which order we choose the saps in, Peach?
I would presume not. Peach wants to. He says nah. She says nah.
So,
They say
No?
nah.
Okay.
so, but there is no limitation on talisman.
No. So if you want to be so bold as to do one of those life-producing talismans, then give it a shot.
You could also pick the talisman that increases your life, so you may not, in fact, be 1 score away from death.
Okay.
I'm most curious just about the one that decreases the enemy's pyre life.
Uh-huh. Okay, so if we're going all out on this first character, and you know I gotta do this. I think that technically doesn't really do much of anything, but extra damage, not terribly significant. Speed, though. Speed kills.
Sap time.
Sap time indeed. No,
And
she's doing it! She's putting on the extra life.
And potentially rekindling as well.
Oh, true. That's a good point, actually. Could
So
end
in
up-
reality,
Yeah.
you could have.
I was wondering why you didn't put that on.
That makes sense to go all right side in that case. Okay, so we will actually, at the end of the day, have a decent amount of life. What am I doing?
If you do 2 saps,
Almost.
both with max rekindling, that's 100. So essentially, what you really have is you have an extra 10 at the beginning of the life, and then as soon as someone scores, you just go to your default 100.
But not because I have 2 saps.
So we'll see what happens here. I'm intrigued. I'm very intrigued. Okay. I'll go manly as well. And for this one, I think I'm gonna take presents. You ready? Let's give give it a shot. See what happens. For science.
He's starting with 40 Pyre health. Although each one, I guess I wasn't paying close attention to see for sure, but it looks like each one most likely is going to have 100 rekindling on there.
We shall see. Now, admittedly, yes, the savages going that route was it a good idea? No question. Well, also, I now permanently do not have my worm, which is rather concerning. Which means I actually do need to score with the saps. I don't have a choice.
Your training is built up to this moment. Right?
It's true. It's true. Uh-oh. Nope! I almost made it back in time.
Plus 80.
All the way up to 100.
Yep, now we're back to normal life for Lids. Only not totally normal because, of course,
I was about to pass you, Paulus.
because his saps are essentially without skills now, whereas it's normal life, a normal right. Does it seem that Lids is choosing to attempt to score with his sap, even though he has Lady River back? That seems to be the case.
Maybe.
And he makes it.
Maybe. Ow. Don't you get out of Palmas? Where are you going there? Out over there, please. That's not permitted. That is not my sapling. I need to remind myself. It is very similar in color. It is not correct. Kind of like the... Perhaps... Oh, I thought I was getting rid of you, not the other way around. I don't think that's gonna make it. Aha! Hello. Ooh, it made it. At least triggered the rekindling. And you have to sit there for a little while for it all to come back.
And now we're back to 100, 100.
And it's a normal right.
It's like nothing happened, except that both players have saps with essentially useless rekindling skills. Lids has been successfully scoring with sap throws as of late.
Oh, hello! Use the web lantern as well. I got to be careful. I need to not run straight into you like that. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to throw it. Darn it! No, no, I don't warp. Oh, I was about to throw it. Thought I had my timing just right. Ooh.
Is there anything I can do about that?
I didn't think the sap throws were one of the unblockable kinds. I thought that was only crones and
No, you
worms.
can't block them. If you hold up the shield, then you can, but it seemed like you were, and it didn't happen anyway, so I don't know what was going on there.
One moment will I stall. Which one's it gonna be?
So
Not that
what I
one,
saw,
apparently.
What I just saw was Lids waiting for his saps to come back so that he can press the offense with them, as opposed to his worm.
Don't think that's gonna make it in.
That ice block in the way made the orb bounce off of it.
Maybe we just do a little... Oh, or not. Can I put my sapling on top of your sapling? No, apparently not. Okay, you need to go away, stowaway. That is not how that works. Thought I was gonna have it. That is not my sapling. I almost ran straight into it. A saptacular showdown. It is a truly Bob Ross type of right. That's why you're moving that iceberg around.
Manly is not a happy little tree.
That may be the case, however. Can't put a sapling straight on Manly. That doesn't work. Also, that did not work either. Oh! Palmas takes out the entire team!
That was
Palmas is a savage!
No, he's not. He's a sap. What are you talking about? MVP Palmas, though.
Can I make it from you? Ooh, possibly.
But it was caught by Wolford.
Very speedy. This is a weird one as well. In case that wasn't already clear. Oh, that's it! Well played.
Whatever.
Just to peek out, it's like, enough of these crazy rights. Just give us something normal already. Zaracusto.
How utterly brutish.
Okay, so that was the 10 life requests that we did there. And then we had other very similar requests.
The 10 life requests, which end up not mattering. Next request,
True.
this next right, all we have so far is Titan Stars against Lids.
Okay, so we will need to switch some things around to make that happen, because I will need to be, I will need to be player 1, and Dress of Geek Out will need to be player 2. And as for the best way to do that, I'm gonna unplug my controller, and then let's see. That. So now Dress of Geek Out, I believe that should make you player 2. Can you try doing your bumpers? See where that puts you?
Doesn't do anything.
That's a little odd. Okay, I'm gonna try plugging my controller back in on the hopes that this will make me player 1, but We shall see. Swear, my controller just does not want to get plugged in today. Three hours later.
Wow. Was that your voice? That was a super good impression of the actual audio.
I've heard that voice many a time. Yes, that was my voice.
Cool.
It is plugged in now. Let's see. I am still player 2, so all that effort was for naught. Let's try, perhaps. Oh, changing from here? Maybe.
How about if they kick?
Dress Up Geek Out and re-inviting Dress Up Geek Out? Maybe.
I was gonna suggest that they kick you and re-invite you.
Me? How does that work? This is my computer we're running this from. How's that work? I'm gonna try kicking Dress Up Geek Out. Or actually, oh, hold on. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna try kicking you real quick.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna re-invite you. And I hope when we get you back, gonna be player 2 is the ideal outcome. Alright, I've been kicked. I'm going to exit versus mode. I'm going to re-enter versus mode, and I'm still player 2! What? Hold on. Even if I do this, Pyre just really wants me to be player 2, apparently. I'm gonna try re-inviting you now, and see if it happens to decide that I ought to be player 1. But, it really does not want to make this happen. So, invite sent. But we'll see how this plays out. Have we had other strategies for doing this in the past? Because I know we've had similar things come up on occasion.
There's nothing that I know of, certainly. And as far as everyone in chat, I think Failure would be the greatest authority.
Yeah, Failure, do you remember anything we've done?
He's actually gone right now, though. He said to be right back.
Okay. Like,
Okay,
this is...
player 2. No,
this is,
wait.
no, this is me doing this right now, so I'm
that's
still
you.
changing player 2. Darn it. It's odd.
Okay.
And I can close Pyre and reopen Pyre. Maybe? Oh?
If you try, if Dress Up Geek Out just tries completely disconnecting her controller, and then you set it up with you as player 1, and then she replugs in her controller, would that work?
I mean, that should have more or less been what we had just now. Wait, you can do double CPU? That's a thing?
What?
What? I don't think you're supposed to be able to do that. Somehow that happened.
No, I think you can do it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've disconnected my
Okay.
controller.
Alright, so let's try doing this. Somehow, it is still having me change player 2 with a controller, even though it clearly says that player 2 is supposed to be mouse and keyboard. So
That's
this is
incredibly
odd.
bizarre.
Suppose you click on your sigil on purpose. Okay, now try element.
No,
Oh.
still no. I mean, I could go... How about we do this? I go mouse keyboard, you go controller, and that way, we should be pretty certain that things are working out. I'll unplug my controller. Now we should be good. I will attempt to relearn the mouse keyboard controls. Except I will change onto settings. I think we may still have those.
Yep, correct.
Okay. So now let's make sure we have this going. Change you back to Beyonders, and I will go back to High Hearts. I think we should be good. Cool. I gotcha. Okay. Were there any mastery requests?
No, there's been no requests yet, except for the Titan Stars.
Okay, so we have this stuff going on. Now that appears to be, hopefully, set and ready to go. So while I'm switching our names and sigils around, chat, think about if there's anything you want to also request for this round. in addition to the Titan Stars. Player 1 is now me. Player 2 is now dress up, geek out.
Got a request for all cursed talismans
Okay.
from Z Mace Doso. I don't recognize that name.
Yeah, I think we've been getting a lot of good suggestions from them today. This might be their first Rite Night. Lament of Orpheus instrumental. Ooh. To require some Greek bot action.
Ah, okay.
Also, I'm going to need to actually pay attention to turning on the sigils and not just stare at them blankly.
They also got a request from Cool Guy Syndrome for salute masteries on all exiles that you pick. So if your exile has a salute mastery, then I guess that means you have to pick it.
Okay. So Titan Stars, Salute Mastery, if you have one, Lament of Orpheus,
And cursed talismans.
Cursed Talismans. Okay, and for Titan Stars, it was all Titan Stars?
Correct.
Okay. You had to leave, but you just got back. Okay, I was gonna say, yeah, I thought I remembered you were having to step out for a bit there. Okay, cool. So that's...
Let us turn the music off in here.
Yeah, good call. Music. Down to nothing. Put on Lament of Orpheus on the Tariq bot. Does anyone mind setting that up in Discord real quick? There we go. Awesome. Does the Yeastlock Star even do anything? Well, well, well. We shall see, shall we?
It makes you more cunning.
We'll have to talk to Dress Up Geek Out before and after. See if there's any difference.
What's a sample question we can give her right now to see if she's
Oh,
cunning?
good point. What is the square root of the Mount of Elodium?
Doesn't work, dude.
What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?
Good question.
What is your quest?
Wait, I don't know.
Good
that.
answer. Yellow. Wait, no, blue! Okay, so let's get going then. Seems like we have just about everything. It's for added coolness. Just for style. Okay, so we're activating all of them.
Welcome back, Phelan.
Hey.
Hello. That sounds like a vote to me. Okay. So, do we have anything for exiles specifically, or can we actually pick whichever exile we want?
No.
The masteries, though.
Yeah. You can pick any
Masteries.
exile you want.
I already forgot what we were doing for masteries.
Masteries is salute.
Salute? Okay.
Yeah.
So, is there anyone in particular, salute-wise, who we really want? Well, I mean, if we wanted to be pretty cheap, could go this route. But I don't feel great about that. So, I'd rather pick a type of character that I'm just going to forget that the salute exists on. And Cursed Talismans only, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome back, Jared. How are you? And yes, before anyone influences you, please let us know what the proper pronunciation for that name is.
Cool guy, your responses.
Obviously. So we do have all those new characters. We did a little little bit of debugging as well. I just pronounced it Steve. How dare you?
Shania.
We're supposed to have an uninfluenced opinion, although I'm pretty sure that Jared was already pretty certain what he was going to do with that one.
Shania. That's definitely a new one.
Yeah, I don't think we've heard that one yet.
I'm unable to equip this if I wanted to. Oh, it can't be used by worms, harps, or crones. I did not realize that.
The lyrics there sunk below the water's sea. That makes sense on this map, this arena. Taunt. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. I don't know, I probably also misheard it.
No, black.
I think it's sunk below the mortal sea.
Okay. So do we have to take exiles that have taunts? Or can we pick exiles that don't have taunts?
You have to pick exiles that have taunts.
Okay. So that means no nomads, no curs. Okay. No. And for all cursed talismans, that means you can't pick exclusively worms and harps. I have not decided yet. I'm sorry. From Rachi.
Good to hear that you're doing okay, Jared, and recovering from your Hollow Knight addiction.
I don't know. Is he okay?
Oh, hi, Jared.
Oh, it's a great game, from what I hear. I've not played it myself. Let's go this way. Oh, and now I'm listening closer to the lyrics. The line "Don't look back" coming from Orpheus is rather telling if you are familiar with the mythology there. One moment, I'm just gonna press a peek at its name.
Super Giant is making a joke that I guess that's why they don't look like. I can't say things. That's why he doesn't. That's why Orpheus doesn't like Oasis.
That's why he doesn't like what?
Oasis.
Oh, the band.
Oh!
Yeah.
He looks back in
That's
anger.
from,
Yeah.
I got you, I got you. Do we say saps do or do not have a taunt?
They do. Their taunt ability is that their saplings explode.
Oh, right. Oh, let's go for that then. Gotta throw in some more Palmas action, right? He's been the MVP thus far. When is the taunt? Where is it?
Lids has apparently been converted to the cult of Lu.
Apparently. Where is the
I
taunt?
think it's the one right. Yeah, right next to it. Yeah, that one. Unstable sapling.
Hope.
No,
Field.
it's on the left.
Here it is. Yeah. Okay. So we take that. And I do like, what is it? Shielding allies. We have the auto drop. I don't know. Sure.
Great, I've got Don't Look Back in Anger stuck in my head.
You're welcome.
It's a good song.
Yeah.
What's the Story Morning Glory is just an amazing album. Through and through. I really like Cast of Shadow.
Champion Supernova is a good one.
That's an anthem for me and the rest of the family, like, we'll just sing it all together. It's, Okay, so 100 more, twice as much stamina, but cannot grasp the board.
That is one cool thing about the harp.
Yeah, I already got a heart.
Yeah, what did I put the hoof on the sap on Palmas? Is that what I ended up doing? So I'm not gonna be able to score with Palmas? Rookie mistake.
You're good on demons.
I'm sorry, what is this? Defense with saps? I'm not familiar with this strategy. Saps are scoring machines. Designed for the sole purpose of plunging into an opposing pyre.
I can't use her.
Oh, right, yep.
No, you can't, yeah.
Yeah,
No taunt?
No taunt, so...
Demons are good above.
Taunt for
Yeah.
demons is the Brazen Manor, right? The extra damage.
Oh.
Yeah, Jared, we were having some good old adventures with our new friend Palmas earlier today. Alright, and here we go. I will attempt to remember what the controls are on mouse and keyboard, so we'll see how that works. Also, I will apparently not get hit from casts that very clearly should be hitting me.
No, they don't make it that far.
Jared says, "Oh, anything exciting?" and is asking you, "Let's."
Trying to score a lot with saps.
It was kind of hard to watch, honestly.
It was very, very slow, not so surprisingly.
He was so determined to score with the sap that he would not use his worms at all.
Ooh, that is also a bad direction in which to go. How dare you? Oh, I can't cast! I was about to cast! No! This is gonna be a tough one. I don't have a lot of time left to figure this thing out. Can't cast on that guy. So, yeah. I do have rekindling, but that's it.
Liz did pull off a lot of throwing shots with the saps as well. I think at one point he realized that was a better strategy than trying to walk in the whole time.
Excuse me? Clearly, walking it in is the correct answer.
Alright, sure, Liz. if you say
Only
so.
on very specific occasions would one ever consider. Oh. Now I'm a howler? Actually, I should say. I should have known that was going to happen. Also, where is the orb? Not next to me is the problem. So it's done. Well played. Yeah, so at first I think it was a little bit of a blinking around with Palmas, and then afterwards
What
we were
did
going
I-
for the half-court shots. But well played.
I had a very intimidating triumvirate right there. just looking at all of them posing.
What was it? Tamitha, Orlek, and who was the last one? Jody as well.
Cool Guy Syndrome, were you looking to get into the rights at some point?
Yeah, Dress Up Geek Out and I have been going for a little while now, especially with the various maniacal suggestions that you guys have been giving us. The devious ones.
Would you like to be subject to the maniacal suggestions, Cool Guy?
Or would you like to see what's coming next and decide whether you'd like to have us go through that, or whether you'd be willing to do it. I'm sure chat will be merciful. Right? We have Aqua, I know, has been waiting to get in for a little while now. Cool Guy, potentially as well. Jared, if you're interested, we can get you in too. Trying to recall who else may have been poking their head in Discord or in chat. So if I'm forgetting anyone, then we can definitely see if we can get you in as well. Because, I mean, Cool Guy, yes, be great to get you in. But Dress Up Geek Out and I could, of course, continue to go, but we'd like to get the chance to get more people in, if possible.
Yeah, whatever works.
Not hearing anything from either chat or from others. Let's turn the music back on in the game. Choose 3 talismans, then randomize which exile gets which.
Okay, so I suppose that means you would choose your exiles as normal, and then you'd pick what talismans you want, and then whichever one gets that talisman would be up to random chance.
Yeah, actually, how would you? You have to, like, just say out loud which talismans you're going for, and then, no. Say which characters you're going for out loud, and then, I don't know. It'd be harder to execute than I would have thought.
I suppose you would pick what talismans you want, you assign each of them a number, assign each of your teammates a number, and then use the random number generator to pick a teammate that gets that talisman.
Something like that. More clarity is required.
Decide the exiles and talismans beforehand, then randomize to see which gets one. Okay.
Okay, so is this going to be a Lids and Dress Up Geek Out, right? Or are other people going to swap in for us here?
Well, we haven't heard anything from anyone. Cool Guy Syndrome, Aqua, you're out there. Step up.
Dress Up Geek Out and I will be going for the next 24 hours. Be like, somebody please swap out for us. We can go another round though. That's no big deal. Want to get you people in if possible?
Yeah,
As long as Dress Up Geek Out is cool with it.
I am.
Sounds like she is. Cool. So, we have the... Still... Hopefully that works. Request for the talismans. We'll get a little bit creative with the random number generator and find a way to make that happen. Seems like we can make it happen.
Well,
Anything...
we can,
I'm thinking...
annoying.
I'm thinking, like, we pick an exile. And when we pick the exile, we say, okay, these are the 3 talismans that I want to use. And you number them 1, 2, 3. You do the random number generator for 1, 2, 3, and then you just give that talisman to the exile, depending on what you get from the random number generator. Now, that means that you will have to stand by those remaining 2 talismans for your next 2 exiles. You can't swap partway through, I assume.
Yes, indeed.
Yay, randomness! More randomness. Okay, anything else we want to see from an exile?
Cool Guy Syndrome has suddenly returned. Hello.
Oh, that is Cam, I believe, who just made that request.
Cam's alive. Hello.
Cam! At least 2 arms. We should have known.
Insane.
02 CWL. Interesting. Anyways, cool guy. We were trying to summon you. We want to know if you were wanting to jump into the rites.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, is now a good time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
I can go if you guys are done.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna
Do
say
you wanna
both
keep
dress
going?
up, geek
Dress
out.
Geek Out?
Yeah, both dress up, geek out, and I've been going for a little while. Do you want to swap out dress up, geek out?
It's fine by me.
And I could potentially swap out for Failure as well, or if there's someone else who has not yet played, like, I know Aqua. I know who else has not yet played. Cool guy, yes. Jared, if you want to get in. Cam, if you're here now.
Cam's,
Ghost.
is
Cam's a ghost.
Ghost of Cam. If you're
Never
here,
coming
can you
home, never coming home.
speak through this microphone and tell us what you want?
Oh, sounds like we're not getting much from Cam. So in that case,
appeared for this request and then that's it.
yeah.
Yep.
Harps, harps, that is all.
Right skill tree.
Yeah, right
So
side of the
cute.
heart skill tree.
As you should.
Okay, so in that case, why don't we have both Dress Up Geek Out and I Duck Out? We will bring certainly at least Cool Guy in, so I'll send you the request right now. And if we have no other takers, then we can get Failure back in, because he was playing early on. Assuming he is still available, then I suppose I will send him one.
Where's Aqua at? Where are you at, Aqua?
Unless,
Are you
yeah,
in chat?
unless Aqua has an open invitation here, but it seems like he's just not feeling it.
Is your ghost in the chat?
Yeah. They're there to give requests. They're not there to participate in the actual rites. They know that we'll get back at them with some devious requests of our own. They're afraid of what might happen.
Your ghost isn't even real. Okay. Are you real? Are you? Do you want to go into the rites?
Ooh, no. I just want to add random requests.
Cam is alive. She's in the chat.
Wait, in Discord or in Twitch chat?
Discord.
Oh.
Mad Fox.
This is a dead fox.
What? Cam, what are you doing?
Being a ghost, probably.
MAD pheasant. Okay.
That's a
What
nice
the heck are you
ability.
doing, Cam? Oh dear.
Cam has
Okay.
ascended. She's ascended to the heights of above a regular Discord account. She can create these weird emotes.
Apparently.
She's all powerful.
What's this? Hold on. See something in chat. Jared says he needs to take a phone call. But maybe that means he's available after that? Okay, so maybe we'll get Jared in later. Let's go for Failure for now. And if we can get Cam or Aqua or Jared in the future, then that'd be great. But for now, let's continue the rites at the very least. Get Failure going. Okay, so I believe I sent the invite to Taylor. Let me know if I need to resend or not.
Oh, hang on. It's working.
Okay.
Eventually.
Just took a little while.
Okay,
No
there.
worries. Okay, so also this would be Fate player against Fate player.
Yeah.
So-
Put me as Essence.
And Cool Guy, aren't you usually mouse?
I'm keyboard.
Yeah, okay. So in that
Can I change
case,
my
okay.
stuff before we start.
Yeah, let's make sure we go to settings.
Okay.
Okay, so we have Skydance. We have 2 harps. Skydance is fitting, I suppose. Is that also Cam? That was not Cam. That was Aqua. 2 harps. What else were we looking at in terms of requests? Is that it?
Yeah, looks like it. Oh, the 3 talismans thing.
Oh, 3 talismans. Oh, and we had to randomize them. Okay, of course. How could we forget that part?
Right.
Okay, let me swap over / update the names on the stream and chat. If there's anything else you want to request in the meantime, let us know. Baylor is player 1 right now. Is that what we ended up doing?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool guy on the right. Let me update your sigils as well. Wait on. Get rid of the Pyre Hearts and you will be the Essence. Add on. Okay. Nothing else? Let's give it a go then.
Looks like it.
And prepare your random number generators.
Yep, it's ready.
So yeah, I think we'll do it such that you will basically have to say at the beginning, what are the 3 talismans that you plan on using, and we'll number them 1 through 3. And we'll use the random number generator to pick, and then you pick your exile, I should say. Then, once you've locked in your exile, we'll determine which one of those 3 talismans gets applied to that exile, if that makes any sense at all. I can walk you through that.
That makes sense.
I can walk you through that step by step,
so
if that's easier.
My exiles 1 through 3 are Delbert, Raji, and Almer. My talismans 1 through 3 are Fair Beads, Weblanthorn, and Stars.
Okay, so let's start with Dalbert then, and let's run a 1 through 3, and this will be determining which talisman Dalbert will get. So, Taylor, remind us one more time. It is Prayer Beads 1. It is...
Prayer Beads first, then Weblanthorn, then Star Splinter.
Okay.
Okay. Random 1 to 3, you get 3.
Star Splinter on Dalbert.
Correct.
Okay. So now, Cool Guy.
This is already very suboptimal.
I was going to say, that is definitely not the one he was looking for.
Oh,
So pick your... Oh, yep, we do need to go back to fix the Titan Stars. That is correct. Hold on a second. We can...
I thought for sure we'd fix that. But I guess
that was one of the things we fixed, but... Oh. Okay, so we'll get a different random arena, probably. But we'll stick with the same randomized talismans, because we already did that roll, at least for the first one. Polisolium or both? Polisolium. Okay, so it'll be Dalbert with the Star Splinter first for Phaler.
Negative offenses for get replaced with the enemy's aura. No. No. In reality, the game, like, it only gets small to a certain point, and then it basically, I don't know if caps out is the right term, but it gets to a point
bottoms
where
out.
So, -1 is next to it, I think. We had a similar idea. When a couple times we'd see negative quickness, and it's like, if you press to go left, you just go right.
That would be really fun. I wish that was a thing.
Obviously, it doesn't do that.
Okay, so establish which talismans you are looking to use, Cool Guy, and we'll number them 1 through 3.
Prayer Bead, Web, Lantern, and... Let's see.
Prayer Bead's 1, Web Lanthorn 2. What'll be your last one?
Those are the same first 2 picks as Phaler.
That makes it easier to remember which one is which.
Typhoon Bottle, 3.
Okay, Typhoon Bottle.
Okay. And Pamitha is your first choice?
Yeah.
Okay. So whatever this is, we'll
Pamitha.
definitely go to Pamitha.
For Pamitha, you get your second talisman. So that would be...
Web Lanthorn, I think?
Yes, correct.
It's on page 2. That it? There you go. So does that change your... Oh, one other thing I suppose we might kinda sorta wanna clarify is... Do they have to also allocate their masteries first? I'm guessing not, because we're mostly talking about randomizing which talismans for which exiles, and there wasn't a masteries request built in anywhere, and that seems pretty removed from that situation in that case. Doesn't really directly affect masteries at all, so we can let people adapt their masteries as they see fit, depending on what they do happen to get with the randomized talisman. Just the talismans? Okay. Alright, so now you said your second player is going to be...
Oh, well, it has to be 2 harps, right? So
Correct.
it's got to be
Oh, true.
these 2 next.
I forgot.
So,
All right. So
we've
you have
got
2.
prayer beads and web lanthorn.
All right, and you get number 2. So that would be the web lanthorn.
Okay.
Going with the cam blueprint here.
A cool guy. Thinking of the non-Happer character, and potentially going with Jodariel, although maybe not locked in just yet. What are you thinking, cool guy?
Yeah, I'll do Jody.
Okay, so Jodariel for sure, and you have prayer beads and the typhoon bottle remaining.
Yeah.
Okay.
Prayer beads 1, typhoon bottle 2.
You get number 2 also, typhoon bottle.
Yes. No, I want Jody.
Oh.
And that means that your last talisman for your last exiles is already predetermined.
It's true. So you'll all get your number 1 option on your third character.
Mhm.
Hey,
Because
I get Furbies on the
RNG.
harp,
Yeah, you get it on a harp, so that probably works. And likewise for Phaler, so probably not so bad after all. Alright. Last one for Cool Guy. Needs to be a Happer as well, and will also have prayer beads. Here we go! Randomized talismans, or at least randomize which exile they apply to. There's another new one. I think we found a way to make it work.
Oh, Jesus.
Just remember everything that you hold dear. And also prepare for triple popping curse.
Yes.
Granted, Dalbert does not get the prayer beads that Phaler was originally hoping to get, so that does mean that he's permanently banished at the moment, so you will not see any triple hopping curs immediately. Instead, we will be seeing a lot of Happer versus Happer action. Cool guy, almost making it in. This is also admittedly a little bit confusing with the same colored harps. Granted, their auras are very different colors, but you don't really see the auras when they're flying around too much. At least certainly not when they have the orb. So Dariel trying to track down Fred, or Steve, or whatever other name we have given to this character. Insert generic name here.
Random generic name.
Yep.
A random generic name, but with an X put in front of it. So instead of Fred, it's like Shred. Steve.
What's he have to do? Dario does not manage to stop Ametha from getting the winning score there.
Good game.
But well played.
us end this night's proceedings.
Shred. Oh, let's just call her Shred from now on, right? That'll work. Cam, do you approve of that harp performance?
Ghost of Cam. Are you
Ghost of Cam. Will that suffice?
Till the next
OSC, I approve. I guess that, does that mean of course?
I think that means of course.
Okay.
Kids with your acronyms and abbreviations.
One day
I'll understand them all.
You and me both.
I'm on page 3 of 3,000. Okay, anything else we want to see for this right here? Between our two, usually, Fate players, no less. Granted, Cool Guy has opted to take the Essence, because of course we can't have two Fate people playing against each other simultaneously, with them both being their preferred triumvirate, unfortunately. That would be really confusing if they were actually identical in color. It's probably for the best in that case.
Request for a song, Rage of Demons.
Yeah. Sure. Anything else? And Cam, are you actually a ghost today? Or are you potentially available, or are you waiting to swoop in and be like, oh hey, I'm available for the last run of the night? You know, definitely not something that happened before.
Classic.
I mean, if that's what you want to do, honestly, we'll still get you in. But that's okay.
Yeah, as long as we get the chance to get you in. If you're available, we'd like to get you in, but...
It would be funny, though, if this was your plan, was to wait until the last right and then be like, yo, I got this. Back from the dead.
Maybe. I think we're onto something. I think we're onto something. Okay. Anything else that we want to see with these two? Right now we have just a song. We have Exiles coming up. See what they are. That request. Tamitha versus Tamitha. Oh. Anne's gonna wish she was in for this one. Okay, so does that mean just Tamitha, the only harp, happer, whatever you want to say, on one team, and the other sister on the other? Can you have multiple harps on one team? 3 Tamithas versus 3 Tamithas? That doesn't work.
Okay, we got
That's not possible.
each. Lendl versus Tizo, Pamitha versus Tenzin. So I guess this means one team is going to have either Pamitha or Tamitha and either Lendl or Tizo, and then the other team is going to have the reverse of that. The other ones.
Tizo,
Tizo
same team as Tamitha. Okay.
Okay.
And for the Tam versus Tam...
Well, if any team is going to have Tamitha, it's got to be at the Essence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's probably true. So that means we would put Tamitha and Tizo on the Fate with Phaler, and then Cool Guy would get Tamitha and Lendl on the Essence. We also are continuing to manipulate the Titan Stars request and turn it into a request different amounts of life on people's pyres. Star that decreases pyre life for Phaler, and both teams get 10 pyre life. So we will see if it makes Phaler automatically lose.
We gotta know what happens.
Oh yeah, this just kills me right away. I just lose.
Do we know? Do we know for sure?
We don't know what happens.
I'm pretty sure that does that.
All right, we'll give it a shot. We'll give it a shot, and if
And
in
I
fact,
just take the talisman, that gives me -10, and then I'll lose right away too.
and if it turns out that this is a 0-second right, then we can reset.
can
We
move
can
on the
do
other
another
requests.
one, and yeah, still do all the other requests so that you guys aren't throwing those requests in there for nothing. Someone make another rivalry request. Fill in the last spot.
Aqua's
Need one
saying
more rival.
another possible outcome he can think of is that it doesn't realize Taylor is dead until someone scores, so he'll just be in like limbo until then.
Could be.
Maybe. We'll see.
Pyre doesn't even light up to begin with. There is no Pyre.
Because what's gonna happen?
He's invulnerable because there is no Pyre. You can't score on him. He doesn't realize that you've already defeated him, and there is no Pyre to score.
That is actually a possibility. I could imagine that happening. I don't think it will,
Yeah.
but I don't know. It's hard to predict.
We'll see.
We should just do it.
Turn on
Let's
the
do it.
Titan Stars and then go in.
All right, did we have a final request for that last remaining rival? Or are we just going with 2 out of the 3 people on each team being a rival? Seemed like there was
Looks like-
potentially some momentum there. Did we get one?
It looks like just those 2 is all that matters.
Okay. All right.
We tied the stars on.
Titan Star's on as well. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we'll go. Oh, and we have Aqua choosing People's Exiles. He might have just done it.
Are you gonna fill in the last slots for each team? Are you gonna make it even so that they all get 1 imp and 1 savage?
Okay, so was the Titan Stars request only for the one that reduces life for failure?
Yes, correct. Just
I
that
don't
one.
remember offhand which one that is.
I think it's the weird. Yeah, that
Top left. Oh, yeah, there. Center left, I guess.
Endriga,
Okay.
the widow.
Or wait, I guess that's technically. Or yeah, okay.
Okay, so then the last 2 need to be some of the new characters. Is the
Yep.
final request that Aqua makes. So let's see if this works. Baylor has 1 life, it appears.
Oh, it's 1. Okay,
It's
interesting.
that one coming.
Well, now we know. But now, cool guy, you have to pick the talisman. Well, I guess you don't have to, but I would like it if you pick the talisman that reduces his health by 10. Just to see if that does anything.
Honestly,
Or
I'm
if
gonna
it'll-
do that now just to spite, just to see
Yeah.
what's gonna happen.
Exactly.
It might make you automatically win. It might be that it's saying that Baylor has 1 life right now, but as soon as it starts, it just goes, oh, actually, by the way, he has 0. I feel like there's still a chance that as soon as the right actually starts in full, that he will still immediately lose. I'm not 100% convinced that he actually has 1 life right now. I feel like that might be a placeholder value. Whoa, you're going Tamitha here.
Tamitha, alright.
Gotta have the rivals.
It may be a failsafe that makes it so it can't drop below 1 before the match starts. I'm just
Yeah,
saying. That
that's
would
what
make sense.
I think might be the case. So we wouldn't even have this setup screen if Baylor had 0 life on his Pyre. Potentially, it might just totally break the game. So I feel like there's a chance of just keeping that 1 right now so that you can actually set up a right.
Wait, you have to have two of the on the
Oh no,
side.
so it'll be Pamitha and Tamitha, then it'll be Tizo and then Lendl, and then the last character on each team will be one of the new
Oh.
characters. Yeah, it was a
Okay.
little, the wording made a little
That-
weird, but yeah, I think it
do
sounded
I
like,
have to have
Lendl.
Lendl?
yeah, yep, that does mean you need to have Lendl. Yeah, Aqua, that's basically what I'm saying, is I think it's kind of like a failsafe. That the one that deals damage? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Nothing immediately. But I still
The
feel
flame is
there's
still
a
burning,
chance.
so I think, I
wanted to give
guess,
it, like,
I suppose I do have 1.
once you just
I don't know. I like the new exile choice as well.
Did you miss what? Just you count. Cool guy picked the talisman that damages Baylor's health, which is currently 1, and it seems
I
to
can
have
pick any.
Yeah, you can pick any of the new exiles here.
Yep. The negative pyre thingy.
Yeah, so we're testing out the negative pyre thingy. We started with 10 life. Baylor has the Titan Star that should be removing life from him to start off with. When we did that, he was at 1 when we started up. We also have the reducing life talisman. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
It looks like Baylor is safe, at least to start off. I'm curious if he scores first. If the game goes, oh wait, no, you're supposed to still have 0 or negative life at the moment, so you're truthfully already defeated.
Oh, okay.
Theoretically, whoever scores first, even though currently Cool Guy Syndrome supposedly has the advantage, yeah, the first scorer is just gonna win.
Yet nonetheless commendable.
Weird.
The ceremony is complete.
So there you have it. Technically now our closest match ever. We have surpassed the previous one, because Baylor did technically
3 to 5, no.
just
No.
win with
The total,
1 life,
the total.
or was it really negative 30 or whatever?
Oh yeah, that's right. I've won with negative 39 life. Yeah.
Somehow.
Or whatever it was.
Yeah.
3 versus 5. Well, 3 plus 5 in total, that's 8. And then 1 plus 10 is 11. So if that's how we judge the closeness, then 3 versus 5 would still be closer. Or if we judge it by negative 39, then negative 29 was the margin.
Who knows? Weird.
Because that's not a match where both players have 1 health. Yeah. So if each player, so the Titan Star only affects 1 player, but if each player had the talisman that reduced the other player's health, then they would each have 1, presumably.
Yeah. So you could actually have a guaranteed sudden death, unless, of course, someone uses rekindling, like we did earlier, when we tried to do this once before.
Completely negating the sudden death thing.
Yup.
Until the next
But
rite.
even with 10, I don't think there's any character that can score less than 10 unless they throw it. So
Right, unless you throw.
it's still basically sudden death either way.
Or, the throw, plus if you have the...
Well, no.
Oh.
Okay. I was changing it to the regular one.
No! But we will want to... Wait, so...
Yeah.
We were talking about doing another round if it turned out that was kind of like an instantaneous right, and that was not quite the case, so I'm not entirely sure where we stand on that front. Are we thinking that we ought to redo that right with the other requests so that we can still...
Yeah, let's give those people their money's worth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Their Bitcoin's worth.
Okay, so in that case, that means what? Are we going back to 100 Pyre life? And removing the Titan Stars? Is that
Yeah,
the part we're
back
getting
to
rid of?
100 and then...
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's do that. Okay, no Titan Stars. We will... Did we end up exiting versus mode to get rid of that bug, or did we not? I thought we...
Oh, none of the
Almost
stat Titan Stars are active, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, true. Okay, so let's do it. Radio Medic has requested all harps now. That will have to wait for the next right, because we are technically still honoring the specific exile request here of Tamitha for Phaler, Tamitha for Kugai, then Tizo for Phaler, Lendl for Kugai, and then insert new exile of your choice for the last one.
But it has to be a modded exile. It can't be a regular one.
Yeah, new exile. Has to be a new one of the ones that we modded in. And did we have the talisman request? I don't remember.
I don't think so.
Okay. Classic Prayer Beads Web Lanthorn combo. Baylor. Lendl for Cool Guy. With Lendl. Okay. Going for Gold's Bracer for the strong casting. Sounds good. And going with the same of the modded exiles, at least for Failure this time, it would appear, unless he wants to switch it up. I may have spoken too soon. Glorfrit instead, perhaps. Possibilities. Okay. Now, the last one for Cool Guy is also up to them to choose. Just one of the new exiles is the only necessity, and this Paul does fit that bill. And here we go! On the boat, no less. Okay, they're leading off with the throne. Who, of course, does not have the prayer beads. So there's a little bit of a risk there. Cool Guy fending off Failur's attempt to banish some people, although Failure turns around and banishes quite a few. Tizo there. Comes in with Kantha and scores a quick one. Glorfrit this time. Who turns everyone into a howler.
No!
Throws the orb in. Nothing Cool Guy can do about that one. That is basically Failur's free score that he gets once per right from allocating the mastery that gives the special salute ability, the crone. Amethyst does not make it in. However, Failure uses some quick portal techniques to pick up the orb and score with Glorfrit before you can even realize it.
I have no
Good game.
clue what happened.
Snuck up on you before you could even tell. That was the plan. All right. Let's return to versus mode. And so now we will have the all harps as one request. Think everything else is now... We've done it? So we'll go back to defaults otherwise? Peach has made another Exiles request. So this one will have to get bumped again, because this time we'll do the all harps, and then the next one then will be Peach's request. Is Nightwing's characters in each team, but no duplicates on the field. So across the two teams, you're taking only Nightwings, but across the two teams, you can't duplicate. So if one person has Headwind, the other person can't have Headwind. One person has Jodariel, other person can't have Jodariel, so on and so forth. But that is going to be for the subsequent right. This one is just harps. Anything else we'd like to see for this one?
Getting into the cam spirit once again.
Yeah. It's like, just let me in, coach! It seems as though, for whatever reason, everyone is all aboard the Exile request train. Is there anything else? Talismans? Masteries? Songs? No talisman, says Aqua. No talismans allowed. They are forbidden. Left tree mastery as well. According to Aqua again.
Mastery singular, so you're saying that you get one mastery as well?
Yeah, do you mean just one? Cool Guy requests Knights of the Sea. No, I don't. Okay, so that means you can take everything on the left side, but it has to be just the left side.
Damn it.
Lots of speed. Not as much with the other stats, defensive things. Tends to be
They're so offensive you can't.
yeah, tends to be more the offensive side that's on the left. Alright. I think in that case that is probably most of what we can get in any one rite. So all harps, no talisman, left side of the tree. Lots of speed, not the all attributes, not the special deleting everyone that you zoom past. Saw you trying to take that talisman. Not allowed.
It's just habit.
No, yeah. It makes sense. It makes sense. I would have done it too, I'm sure. Oh, hey, it's Shred.
Don't you mean Steve?
Oh, I'm sorry. Alright, and here we go. A super harp showdown. Lots of flying to be had. Sounded like I heard a taunt for a second there. A salute. Might we be saluting at all? I don't know why you'd necessarily do that when everyone is functionally the same on your team. Talismans, I suppose, are a little bit different, but when the harp salute makes you swap positions with one of your teammates, if I remember correctly.
Okay, that was meant to be up.
Tamitha versus Tamitha. Tamitha beats Steve. There you go.
Nice.
Okay.
Ooh, good block. Taylor throws it and then gets banished. Might be an opportunity here for Tamitha, who flies away and makes it in for a score. Oh, some nifty maneuvering there from Thaler. Cool guy does manage to circumvent it though. Only Tamitha remaining here though. Gets blocked and banished. Might be an opportunity for Thaler. 3 seconds before Steve comes back. Rip
GG.
Steve.
Their adversaries confidently thwarted. Thus end this night's proceedings.
Shorten her name to Anna. That actually could work. That makes some sense, you know? She does still have Anna in her name.
Until the stars
It
align.
avoids all the difficult pronunciation questions that we were trying to ask ourselves. It's like lasagna, but with an X. So now she's lasagna? Is what you're saying?
That's a hot take. You pronounce it like lasagna. That's. I didn't expect that.
Not expect that one either. Okay, so we do still have a request for the Nightwings characters from Peach we have remaining. Is there anything else that we would like to do beyond an Exiles request for this upcoming rite? I like Tatiana's, but the T's are X's. I feel like X might be the letter that varies the most in the various ways in which you can pronounce it. Sometimes it's a Z, sometimes it's a sort of like an S, sometimes it's silent. I don't know. Sometimes it's, I guess, now we're going into Spanish, but it would be an H-like sound in that case.
Yeah.
That would be a weird one. Well, it's easy.
What I have made is perfection.
I'm scared.
Oh no. Oh no.
He just leave just okay. He
Concern.
something.
Proceed with caution, everyone.
Maybe they're actually T's, but they're sideways. Is that how that works?
Jeez, but they're sideways. What? Okay, so for this one, all we have is members of the Nightwings, and once one person takes a member of the Nightwings, the other person cannot take the same member of the Nightwings. There are no duplicates. Yep, we did just arrive, announce perfection, and then immediately thereafter leave. So, beware. I don't know, his brother is saying it's great. Is that a trap?
That's
It's a trap! Yeah, I'm with Dress Up Geek Out in this one. Oh, with 2 question marks? Now, Dress Up Geek Out maybe has also been converted? He may also approve?
Converted to the heretic church.
I know. Times they are changing.
Sir Gilman.
We've got some like bootleg fate going on right here.
The Nightwing versions of the Fate members. And then Nightbot jumps in and says, "No, thank you."
Rogelio, I don't recognize that name.
Well, neither do I. Come to
Stop
think of it.
posting links.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Nightbot is not a fan of that. I assumed that that was going to be Radio Medic trying to link whatever creation he had concocted. Apparently, that is not the case, though. Unless he has made an alternate account.
Are you just tuning in, Rogelio? Just barely get here. For the first time.
If so, then welcome. Sorry that Nightbot has made enemies with you already. Nightbot is rather vicious. Oh, that was a nifty little jump you had there.
Deliverance.
Ooh, Gilman. Can't stop the stowaway. Who brings Guy Syndrome potentially within 1 hit.
yep. GG.
Good game.
They overwhelmed their adversaries utterly. The right is done.
Alright. Let us move back to the versus mode screen.
Until the next
He returns.
right.
should I post my visual pun?
Yes.
I suppose
Post
so.
it.
We have another exile request. Exiles with the least quickness versus exiles with the most quickness,
Oh, come on.
with no repeated classes. That's an interesting one.
There it is.
I'm trying to think of- So it's basically the quickest classes against the slowest classes.
Wait.
It depends a little bit on which skill points you take.
It's
Good.
wonderful, isn't it?
Uh-oh. Do we dare? Do we dare look at what he's created?
You do dare. It's wonderful.
I need a third-party perspective on this.
It's not bad.
Okay, like, so...
There are less cursed things than this.
Okay,
Yeah.
on a scale of 1 to
Yeah.
Pan with the hands, it is
It's
definitely...
like a 3.
Okay. Let's see. Is it... this one? The butterfly? King?
Yeah, the
Yes.
butterfly.
The monarch butterfly knife.
Oh, it's a monarch butterfly, of course. That's why it has the crown. Okay, well,
Yes,
you're right.
disappointed in me.
It does not compare to Pan with the Hands, thankfully.
Not bad.
I suppose that's a compliment.
All right, so which ones are the slowest? So I've
Yeah.
got a sap, a demon, and what? I guess it would be
Yeah, what's the next slowest?
oh, an imp. I guess is the next after that.
Imp, if you don't take
Okay, that's not
the
so
speed
bad.
boost, then that starts to get a little bit...
No, that doesn't change their quickness. It
It
doesn't change
doesn't.
their actual stat. That just change how.
It makes them
Quickly they can-
faster, but their actual
how much
quickness
distance they cover with
number...
Yeah, the number itself doesn't change. It's like a swift flight for harps. The
Yeah.
number doesn't change, but they do go.
So assuming that it is just the numerical value that appears next to quickness that we are judging based on, then that would be the answer for the slowest, and then the fastest would be what? Worms, obviously.
Worms, curs, and savages. I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless if the plus
or
8
luck, if you
quickness harp, if you take those skills, does a harp surpass a savage?
Oh, actually,
Might.
yes. I think it does. 18 is a harp with greater celerity, and then a savage I think is
You're
16
right.
or something like that. I'm assuming I'm the one with the slow ones.
I don't think we had a specification as to who gets which.
Pick a number, Failure.
Unless
I'll take the slow ones. Because I want to have an imp.
Z Maestoso wants to specify which person gets which. Then Thaler has volunteered to take the slow exiles. But as you made the request, you may specify if you'd like. But if you don't care either way, then we could either do the random number generator, or we can just take Thaler's volunteered option
I've made
to
another
take the
version
slow
of
exiles.
It's not bad.
The question is, does it matter who gets the slow exiles and who gets the fast exiles, or is it up to the players? Do we randomize it? Do you have a preference on that front, or should we just go with whatever people want, whatever the players want? The opposite of what they want.
No.
Okay, so
I think they're in different camps, though. Well, no, I guess that is... Yes, that would mean Thaler with the fast, cool guy with the slow, I think, in that case, from what I can tell.
because Taylor already volunteered to take the slow ones.
Yup. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Thaler tried to take one for the team.
Wow.
How dare you try to plan ahead like that, Baylor? No, no, no. Chat says otherwise. Cool guy, you thought you were getting off the hook? Not this time. Okay. Anything else we want to have in addition to that? Talisman, Mastery, Song, anything else wise? Appears as though that is it. Oh, hold on. Choose the player's talisman. Quickness for the faster player. Okay.
Oh, really? Okay.
The talisman.
So super speed for Failure.
So probably the worm.
Yeah, probably the worm in that case.
Taylor's gonna become Sonic.
Failure will be Sonic, confirmed. Okay, in that case, let's go.
I think it's the Glade of Loot.
No, not this time,
Yeah.
see.
Oh,
Stream.
shit.
Hey, Les, the stream is frozen.
Alright, I have an advantage.
Oh, stream is frozen? Okay, 1 second. Let me do the quick flip before you guys go any further. Here. So I've accidentally wrong button. We're still good though. Okay. You do a quick flipperoni. Some of this. Do some of this. See, that will bring us back.
The rites.
Alright. That's good.
Great. Okay, so quickness for the quickest player, which would mean Gilman. Actually, Kerrs only have 15. Savages are higher than Kerrs.
Wait, how much does Bones have?
Do what have?
Okay.
Throne is 11. How much does Orlek have?
20.
I like that is 20.
So actually, it'd be Gilman.
Does Orlek count though? So yeah, it's Gilman, Orlek, and then a Savage is what it would have to be if we're doing this.
Yeah.
In the way
And
that
if
we're
we,
supposed to.
how much does do the harps have? If we go +8 on a harp, do they break 20?
Harps are at 18. So they are above the Savages. So
Okay, so
So we're talking
Gilman, or Worm, Orlek, and harp with additional quickness. Appears to be the answer.
okay, and I have to take the quickness talisman on my fastest character, who's going to be a worm.
Yeah.
All right. Wait a second, my controller's bugging out. Give me a
Ew. Okay. Wanna unplug and replug and see if that fixes things? Let's give that a shot. That is usually our go-to.
Do you see what I'm seeing? The cursors in the middle of the screen
Yeah.
is kind of flickering.
That is odd. Want me to boot you and re-invite you, perhaps? Might be another solution if
Sure,
the
yeah.
unplug and replug wasn't working out for you. Let me tab out for a second here. And then I will send you a new invite. Okay. Invite sent.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay. And seems fine now? Not doing the weird flickery thing.
Much better.
Okay, great.
Tizo.
So Gilman with the quickness there, so that's going to be the super speedster. And the slowest characters are... what? Demons, obviously, saps, and then what would be the last one? Maybe even a crone. Or an imp, like we were saying. Crone was 11. Actually, wow. Harps are...
And
without the quickness, harps are 10. They're quicker than... or actually slower, I should say, than the crones at the very least. To double check the imps
What's
are.
the value for imps?
Yeah, I'm not sure. 10 as well, so actually you seem to have a choice between a harp without the additional quickness or other stat boosts, or you could go imp, if you prefer. Oh, you already took an imp.
yeah.
So in that case, you should be sap, because sap is the
Okay.
next slowest that you've not taken. It's actually the slowest. Alright, and here we go. Quickness on the left versus slowness on the right. And of course, we have Thrash Pack playing. Just fitting, I suppose. Orlek somehow does not get banished in all that. Until, of course, we have Tizo come in and take care of business. Orlek back for more. Throws and banishes, and throws and scores. For quick 25. Cannot make it through that time round, though. And Hamatha manages to not get banished from Jodariel, because she does have the shield when she charges in, but enough time to get a fully charged throw in there with Jodariel. Orlek narrowly avoids banishment from Tizo, but then jumps into banishment. So, not so fast there, Orlek. Tizo making some moves, running out of stamina though. However, that is a dangerous location for that portal. Dario making some moves, loses the orb. Gets banished. Tizo and Pamitha playing a little ring around the rosy. Pamitha makes it through, though. Just missed Tizo implosion. Did not manage to get Orlek. That time, though, happened. Tizo versus Pamitha. They both run into each other. Pamitha takes out Tizo. And stops Jodariel in midair, but does not banish her. In fact, Jodariel banishes Pamitha. And Gilman. Opportunity here, perhaps, for Jodariel. Charges up a full-powered throw. A pretty sizable amount of damage there.
Oh, did they both take the Star Splinter on their demons? Or the throwing?
I'm also pretty sure that Orlek momentarily lost his head there. His head disappeared. A little concerning. Didn't stop him from looping forward, of course, but Dariel does not make it in before Orlek tracks her down. Don't lose your head. Oh, well dodged there. And then does not manage to get the implosion. Hamatha swoops in for a score. It is close here. Guy had a brief lead there. Now it is functionally more or less tied. Especially with that, that's actually bringing Baylor one hit away from a loss. left, hopping around, throws the orb for banishment. Cool Guy does not. Anyone left. Tizo is coming back fairly soon. Cool Guy did use the talisman that prevents Phaler from using any skills or sprinting when everyone on Cool Guy's team is banished, which slowed Phaler down, made it so that he could not score during that time period. So that was potentially a lifesaver there. Also, Cool Guy anticipating those many worm casts there. Can't make it all the way into the fire. Orlek does not make it in either. Dario tries to use the teleporter, which would have taken her very far, but unfortunately, it was also within the range of Orlek's aura. Orlek is cleaning up shop here. Also unable to use any skills or sprint, but he is relatively fast, so he does still have enough time to get in for a score. Tizo almost makes it past. We are tied 10 apiece. Last minute block. Dario uses the teleporter and throws it in as she gets banished.
GG.
Well played.
Alright, I have to go.
Okay.
Well played, GG.
The rite is complete.
Awesome. Love to see it.
Until the stars align.
Does Centurion mean the essence? But the essence? In Saurian?
I have to go.
Alright, thanks for stopping by.
Alright.
Pleasure
See
to
you
have you,
later.
as always.
Peace.
Okay, and, well, it is getting quite late at this point. And I do believe there may have been one person who was lurking a bit in chat, perhaps pondering whether or not to make a last-minute appearance. And I wonder if perhaps said person might still be in our presence. A ghost, some say. A harp, others say.
It's a bird.
It's playing.
It's a cam! I see you there, Cam. I see those thinking emojis.
You want to bounce in for the last right, Cam?
We are down one player at the moment, so we're looking to fill in a spot for what very well could be our final rite of the night. May have to pass this time, turning down the opportunity for a dramatic entrance. Phaler is crushed.
What about Aqua? He's been around.
Aqua, if you're available, we could certainly get you in as well.
Brothers match.
Haven't had Radio Medic on either, so we could potentially finish on a brothers match if both of you are still available and interested. Press Up Geek Out says she can pop in if needed. So yeah, my preference would be to always try to get more people in. We have not yet had Aqua or Radio Medic go today, so if you two, if either of you, are available this time, ideally both of you, then that would be my personal preference, that we can get as many people playing on any one given day as possible. If not, then we can get one of you. If neither of you are available, then we can see if we can get Dress Up Geek Out or someone else back in. Radio Medic seems in, for the brothers match at least. Aqua, perhaps? Might we have a brotherly showdown? Was it meant to be?
Is he joined?
For that? No.
No, it wasn't it.
What about Aqua? Will you face Phaler instead for the final rite of the night? Is it just I don't want to face my brother type thing?
He's scared.
Oh, it does kind of look like it. Maybe a little bit.
Back to me, bro.
I'm kind of getting that impression a little bit here.
Alright, you're playing a different game. Yeah, that one game.
Now they're trash talking IRL. Get over here!
Yeah.
Fight me!
Too bad I can't crawl through the vents. Don't know why he started.
Yeah, don't crawl through the vents and try to find him. That's probably not a good idea. I would highly discourage you from doing that.
Why would you need to crawl through the vents?
Just appear in his room.
They see
Cool.
I'm not scared of my brother, I am scared of failure.
That's why you should fight me.
So yeah, you could go for the brotherly showdown to finish things out.
Do you want to pop in and face Failure, Aqua? Or would you rather not?
No, Aqua, if you come in, you're against radio.
You hear that?
I don't know. Seems like Aqua is not convinced, but maybe the glory will just be a little too much for him. He won't be able to pass up the opportunity.
He says if I come in, he's against radio, hence he will not. Okay.
I will come up to your room and dab on you.
You just say you'll come up to his room and dab on him?
I'll dab.
Oh my god. What has this world come to? Don't make me dab on you. I will do it.
That is my torture. That is how one tortures me.
Dab on the haters. Quite literally, dabbing on the haters.
Are you coming in to swap out Failure though, Radio Medic?
Yeah, we could at the very least do that.
If you want it. Looks like you won't be going up against your brother though.
Yeah, may as well.
Okay,
Cool.
so
Let me
let's
see
get
and get my mouse connected.
let's bump Failure. I'm sorry, Failure.
See you later, Phelan.
And we will add. Ooh, where are you?
The radio.
Radio Medic. Are you going by Radio Medic these days, or have you changed your Steam name?
Radio.
These days.
Well, I mean, if you saw what Anj has been doing as of late, then you might understand why I'm phrasing it as such.
Nice.
I could
Also, I'm not currently seeing him, which is the other reason why I'm asking.
I'm logging on right now.
Okay, gotcha.
Steam.
So, as for who will play against Radio, who would we like to have here? We had Dress Up Geek Out was offering. Dress Up Geek Out has played on a couple of occasions here, so we have someone new. Of course, that would be ideal. If there's anyone else. Ponzer, but I heard you talking. Are you perhaps interested?
Yeah, that's my name.
Would you like to wrap things up today? Final rite of the night?
It'd
Maybe.
be my pleasure.
Oh,
All right.
There we go. All right. I don't think we've had this matchup before, have we?
It looks like we've got our loadout.
We have, and it has not been for a very long time. So I'm down for that. Okay, so I'm going to invite Ponzer. And Radio Medic, let's see. Yep, I now see you on. Get you as well. Cool. And nice. Okay. So remind me from a keyboard and from a controller standpoint what your preferences are, both of you. And I will also put your names and preferred triumvirates in here.
Who's going what?
Do you prefer controller or keyboard? For both of you.
I don't know, radio. Do you prefer controller or keyboard? Alright. Let me
The game
break
audio
out
is
the old
very loud.
gamepad.
Okay, so in that case, we'll have Ponzer on the controller and radio on the mouse keyboard. But,
Quite loud.
but
Game audio.
I think it's the same thing I've always had.
For me, it is for some strange.
Then player 1 we've established will be there. That is what caps lock does. Do the opposite of what you want it to do.
I like the all caps.
Except for the first letter.
Yeah, I know the first letter is getting a little bit too cocky. It's always been caps, so maybe I gotta knock it down a few pegs.
Switch it around a little bit. Keep it guessing.
Mm-hmm.
This will be Radio Medic. And which triumvirates do you guys want to be?
I don't know. I don't really have a preference.
Okay, so I'll keep Ponzer on the Fate in that case. And what did you say, Radio Medic? What do you want to be?
Dissidents.
Dissidents? Okay. Swap you around that. Not the essence. On the Dissidents. Yeah, so this will be a little bit of a different matchup. Now, granted, this will be the final rite of the night, so for that reason, I think we will engage in Liberation Rite protocols. Change over to All Solium. And let's also turn off the in-game... not your controls. Turn off the in-game music and put on our usual Never to Return. As for what iteration we'd like to have, I don't know, chat, do we have a preference? Which version of Never to Return we want to hear? We have the Fate and the Essence here. I feel like this has been a combo that we've had many a time previously. For the... oh, actually, this will be the Distance, I should say. And let's go.
Let's go.
I don't know which version it is yet.
The fate shall take
Might be the
on
default, aka True Nightwing's version.
Alright, give me a moment to actually just look at this. Okay.
Oh! Fate.
Yeah.
1 second. You are quite quiet at the moment, so I'm gonna turn you up. I'm gonna tab out and turn you up for a second here. Video. Or if you could, yeah, if you could stand a little closer to your microphone, that'd be preferable. Okay. So what was the question? Sorry?
Which mouse and keyboard settings are on right now?
Good question. We can double check for you.
I do mouse preset.
Mouse presets? Does that look right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay.
As per this usually goes, I am unable to do anything.
Okay. Have you tried unplugging and replugging your controller? Start with that. That is usually
I
the...
have done that.
Okay.
Right now.
See if that works, and then if not, then I will pick and re-invite you, and that's usually the second way in which we might be able to get you back into things. Still not really working?
No.
Okay, so let me pick and re-invite. Hit, and now re-invited. Oh, might it be the cursors?
It was. I did move around, and then I checked the settings.
Oh, you know what it
and
is?
after I did that,
I have a theory here. Hold on, let me tab out one more second here. I think the guy is technically still in here. Now let's see. Any better now?
unable.
Still no?
Nope.
Odd. Cool guy was actually in here earlier, so we had 3 people, and I was wondering if that might have been messing things up. Strange. Okay, let's try a quick... Yeah, reset. It's exit versus mode, and we'll come back in. Do more of a full reset. Everything else should be
Alright, I
fine
can
now.
move for it now.
Oh, okay. So that's a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
So currently all we need to do is reset.
That's usually how technology works.
Versus the distance. Welcome.
There we
There
go.
we go.
Okay. So up to you in terms of exiles, talismans, masteries. Give us your best.
Okay.
The final rite of the night.
Mm. Got a strategy.
Okay.
This is completely on base.
See how it goes.
Let's find out.
Oh, we're doing a mix of the different versions of it. I like it. I like it. Fate first, now Dissidence.
Classy.
Those are the two participants, so I suppose that is also quite fitting. Clever. Clever, whoever set that up.
I'll put the two with the faces. I mean the one with the face. Haha.
I'm guessing that was you, Failure, right? In which case, thank you. That was well done. Good idea. This time was Anj / Akuma. Thank you then, Anj / Akuma.
No problem.
You're a man who knows what he wants, aren't you? Going straight for the nasty.
Alright, so that is the last exile on the left side for player 1, Honzer, who will be the Fate. And this will be the last exile on the right for the Dissidents, which will be Radio Medic. And here we go! Last rite of the night. Good luck to both of you. Take it away.
There we go. Oop. Might be easier with just one guy. I mean, the plan kind of worked.
Well played, both of you. Well played. GG. Glad to get you both back into things. Been a while for you, Ponzer. Radio Medic, a little while. Not quite as long, but nice to have you back. So thank you both. I will proceed to kick you before you end up closing the game for me.
I will change your options. You better go fast.
I think you both left. No? There we go. Kicks Ponzer before he could do something. Oh, do I need to find Radio Medic as well, or has he already left? I think he already left. Okay, he already left. We're good. So anyways, like I was saying, that is going to be the last rite of the night, but thank you everyone who participated today, whether that be in chat or directly participating in the rites themselves. Thank you, of course, to everyone in Discord and Phaler for setting up the Rite Club, and for those of you who do not know, the way in which we have been organizing all this stuff is, of course, through the Rite Club Discord server. That's where we're all talking to each other. Thank you, Aqua, for dropping that link. And so that is the way in which to join it right there, is click on that link, and then you can catch us next week and participate yourself. So
Alright.
I'm going to duck out of the Discord now, but thank you all.
Yep. Thank you, Lids, for being our host.
Okay. And so, with that, like I said, since that is the last rite of the night, we also have cursed images occasionally, but that's maybe, not like number 1 on the list of selling points. That's like maybe point number 50. But anyways, yes, so you can check out that link to join the Discord server, and that is the way in which we're organizing everything, talking to one another, and generally, those are the people who we play with. I am Lids, and of course, I am hosting the Rite Nights on this stream on Sundays at 3:30 p.m. US Eastern Time. So that is the time to catch these if you are looking to participate or just watch. We did have some awesome suggestions in chat today, so thank you all for those. Some real creativity. Loved it. Other than that, on Fridays we are now streaming The Witcher 3. So that's still relatively new for us. That's a blind playthrough. And then on Saturdays we are doing Path of Exile in the morning, followed by Hades Community Night in the afternoon. Or well, more like evening, I should say. And then, of course, back to Pyre Rite Nights on Sundays. And then on YouTube, Lids Vids as well, same name. We are posting the VODs from these Rite Nights, so if you missed part of it, then you can always check that stuff out there. And as well as the VODs from the Witcher 3 playthrough, so you can check that stuff out. You can also find my Pyre campaign playthrough if you're curious. Right, I think I set up a good old command for that as well, if I remember correctly. Let's see if this works. I think so. There we go. So you can check that out as well if you're interested in seeing how that went for me. Other than that, that's just about everything. Oh, thank you again, AJL the First, for the subscription earlier today. Appreciate it. And if you haven't done so yet already, you can of course hit the follow button to get a notification for when I go live, but that's a general sense of what the schedule is on a day-to-day basis, so hopefully that helps you out there. But either way, I will see you all next time.